Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you are having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we'll be checking out a game that's called Vintage Story. It came out into early access somewhere around, 2020, I think it was. And what it is that it looks very much like Minecraft, but it plays rather differently in some ways. It's a block building game with voxels and everything that you imagine normally. But if you saw a video of the game, which you might have, you would think, oh, this looks like a heavily modded Minecraft, basically. That's at least what my experience was. Heavily modded Minecraft with shaders. But no, it is indeed its own title. It is not available on Steam, unfortunately. As the devs have said, they don't want to... comply with the 30% cut that Steam takes off of any sales for the moment. So at the current point in time, the only way to get this game is through either the Humble Store or itch.io. And I was a smart ass person and I forgot to make a layout scene for this game. So that would be the first thing we're doing today. Well, we're all starting a little bit early today, so it's probably gonna be fine. Actually, I have no idea how loud this game is gonna be now that I think about it. We'll have to figure this out. See where we go. Alright, let's start with the layout, shall we? Let's see. We can take you and call this Vintage Story. Move you up a bit so I know where it is. Add the source. Story. Source. Capture a specific window. Hopefully this works. First try. Wait. Move that down. There we go. Lock it in place. So, audio-wise, it seems like the game is a little bit on the louder side. Let's see. I can't remember if I've changed it in my volume mixer. Let me just take a look. Yeah. Change that to like 20% or so. I do like the music in this game though. Let's try and keep that at like a... Oh yeah, I also have to remember I've toned my fucking speakers down like a dumbass. Let's see. Try and keep that at 20. And just lower the system volumes. Oop, not that much. Try these 10%, see how we go. Cool. Because I can always just turn my local speakers up. So what we'll be doing today is that we'll be diving headfirst into an ongoing save that I'll already played for 22 hours. Because this game, like I was playing it a bit to try it out, and my experience so far is that things take a very long time to get acquainted with if you've never played it before. I think had I started from scratch, I would probably be able to get to this point where I'm at a little bit quicker. But we'll just dive into this ongoing save because I honestly cannot be bothered doing 2 saves simultaneously and starting all over. Because there's a lot of stuff that you can do in this game that take let's put it some effort to sort of manage. But yeah, it is a block building game, but you'll very quickly see that there's some things that are a little bit different to what you'd be used to. We'll just be playing the game today and going about as we can. But welcome to my little house. This is taking me 22 hours to get to this point, so make of that what you will. I mean, the very first thing you probably do in Minecraft or anything similar to that is that you start building your house out of dirt blocks, or, you know, usually I tend to dig straight into stone and start making iron armor and iron gear like almost, you know, 2 days into playing on a fresh new character. Can't quite do that in this game because of a couple reasons. But we'll take it one step at a time because there's a lot to unpack here. Now, something that's really different about this than as compared to Minecraft is that everything is like very involved. Anything from crafting basic tools to getting food, and even expanding your inventory is actually kind of involved because it needs a lot of materials, as the crafting system works a little bit different than what you're used to. When you open up your inventory, you do have a 3x3 crafting grid, for instance, but some recipes require multiple items per stack that you put into the crafting grid for it to work. So, you know, a recipe can use more than 9 combined like total resources to make it. Case in point, if you want to make these where do I even go with this? Actually, I guess I can show you in the survival guide, which this game does have. But yeah, this is an example. For instance, you can make these hand baskets, and to do that you do need like 10 of these cattails or similar, right? Which, you know, obviously wouldn't fit in a 3x3 grid, so you can stack them on top of each other and it will use all of them. Speaking of inventory and hand baskets though, your inventory size is actually determined by bag slots. So when you start, you have no inventory, for instance. You only have your hotbar, which means you run out of space really quickly, as there's a lot of items in this game and resources that you need to acquire even early on. So you'll be like starting out making hand baskets to expand your inventory and gradually get more space. Another feature is that food spoils, which means that you need to store it appropriately and I guess eat it before it decays. And depending of course of what food it is, they saturate you certain amounts, which is gonna vary from different types of foodstuffs. They'll also last varying amounts of time, with meat currently being the main thing that I've found that saturates you the fastest. When you sleep also, you don't set your spawn point, and your hunger depletes over time. Like it speeds up when you're sleeping. I do wonder actually, because this game does have multiplayer, but I do wonder very much like whether or not some of these features, like how they work in a multiplayer setting. But yeah, I literally just lost half my hunger just from sleeping, just to speed the time of night up. So let's just heal that up. Yes. I need to gather my bearings. Also, inventories are like chests and such are pretty cool because you can have multiple open at the same time. Which is something like, this is something I learned just fairly recently, that you could actually do this. But it's really cool because it allows you to drag items from one inventory to the other and even into your own. Which is definitely something that's required when there's a lot of stuff in this game. And your inventory space being dictated by bag slots. Okay. I need a torch, that's what I was looking for. Because regular torches, they also burn out through over time, at least the ones you put down. There are a few light sources that last indefinitely though. One of the latest acquisitions I've made is these two bighorn or sheep, or rams I guess they are. Goats, I don't know. Sheep would have to be sheep. And yeah, that ram is really annoying because if you get too close he'll bonk you, and he does a lot of damage, seemingly anyway. Okay, well, so we're gonna skip a couple things ahead and just work with metal, because I've managed to get these copper ingots, and I was actually in the process of making some better tools and stuff for myself. So we might as well just jump right into that. In order to do so though, I do need to remember where I put my charcoal or similar. I think I can use regular coal too, I don't know. Where is it? Not in there. Not in my inventory. Wait, did I burn all my charcoal? Oh, that's where it is. In the bloody fire pit. What a waste. But yeah, so there's a lot of in-world like applying resources to things. So for instance, in this case, you need to add charcoal and ingots into the forge, and then to fuel, like light it up, you actually need to either use like a torch or another fire source to turn it on, if you will. And then as we see in the top, it'll gradually increase in temperature until they eventually become like searing hot. At which point we can use them, like work with them at the anvil. And to do that we will need a hammer. My old hammer is pretty worn out though. Don't know how long it's gonna last. But we'll see. But yeah, there's like a good amount of stuff to do in this game. And it does, like the first thing that I would probably recommend anyone who's starting out on this for the first time to do is just to like go into the survival guide in game and just look at the guides, and then there's a progression and a starter guide. Starter guide helps out like telling you how to get your first tools, expanding your inventory, and some other things like how to get early game materials, because you can't just go up and punch a tree to get wood. You do actually need to make an axe to accomplish this. And until you figure out how to make stone tools, which, especially if you've not played something like Terra Firma Craft, which is a Minecraft mod, might be a little bit different than what you used to. Because I've played a lot of block building games, as I like to call them out there. But they all tend to do the same thing when it comes to a lot of the crafting aspects. But anyway, so let's take a look at our tool. So we apply this ingot here, and we can make these different tool heads, basically, like a knife blade and so forth. And let me just see. Spear, yeah. So I want to make a spear for this. And we need to switch over into our hammer, and when we do that, we'll notice that there's like this voxel grid that that pops out. Pressing F, we can also change our tool mode, and that's important because you need to push these voxels into place, basically. And you can only affect the voxels that have like an outline. So as soon as they pop down to the ground level, if you will, they lock into place, meaning that you can actually fuck up your crafting processes and waste your resources to the point where, you know, they're almost non-recoverable. And I actually managed to do that on one of my very first crafting recipes. You can kind of salvage it, but also not really, because the game does allow you to add more material to the anvil, but that will take you cost you an entire bar's worth of material. And now we've got to remove all the excess and be careful not to hit the parts that we want to keep, otherwise, you know, we'd have to basically scrap the whole thing almost. That gives us one spearhead, and I actually think I want to make another one. And whilst that is doing its thing, I think we might as well add more ingots to this, because then they should heat up. Just to keep that heat going. But yeah, every time you gotta craft something, like tool or whatever it be in this game, it's sort of like an involved process like this. It's not always the same either, so every time you sort of get into like something new, For instance, stone knapping is relatively easy because it's very similar to this, but it's all flat and you can only remove material where it has to be removed, so you can't fuck it up. As soon as you get into this part though, where you do this forging, I guess, you can, right? Similarly, there's also a likewise comparable way of making clay stuff, which is basically like, at least in my opinion, the first major upgrade you do in terms of storage space, because the very first equivalent of chests you can make are just these baskets, and all they have are a 2x4 area of storage. Oh, right. There we go. Still going. Cool, cool, cool. And I mean, these chests, for instance, are way bigger, but then before that I was storing most of my stuff in these storage vessels, and then there's those 2x4, right? And they were not just small, but they're also expensive to make. So there's definitely like some aspects to this that are a little, let's put it in a way of saying it's resource intensive. Okay, let's make a pickaxe head. I'll need one of those too. We can also do these heavy hits, but they kind of just like spread material out away from the center, and I don't know how useful that really is. Because as soon as, again, something goes down to the lower level, you can't move it anymore. On top though, you can move it back and forth as much as you want, as far as I've noticed. It's not like it's gonna lock you out, at least. Let's not fuck this up. Because the main way that I've managed to fuck this up, at least, is moving the cursor before the hammer impacts. And that means that you're actually like, you know, you're shifting what you're targeting, and that's kind of bad because you might accidentally hit something you don't want to. There we go. And then we have one more bar. I'm thinking on making another spear. Yeah, let's do that. Because I've been struggling with dealing with enemies for a while now. I think part of the reason is because I've not really managed to make decent armor. And without armor, you're really squishy in this game. Like, insanely squishy. And once you have taken damage, restoring any lost hit points can take quite a while. Especially if you don't want to do the work to make healing items yet. Which is also resource intensive too. So you can make like bandages or whatever they're called. But they're just really expensive. I'm working towards setting up or getting a farm running that can sort of deal with that kind of resource consumption, but we'll see how it goes. Now I can't quite use these tools yet though, tool hits and such, because they're kind of hot. But we can do something to speed this up. As if we throw this into the water here, it'll cool down rapidly. I just gotta wait for the bubbles to dissipate. Needs to do the trick, and we can pick them back up. Now we should be able to just combine these into copper spears. 2.8 damage. Yeah, so they're definitely better than my current obsidian spears, which is nice. And I can make a spare pickaxe as well. There's also seasons in this game, by the way. Right now I'm definitely heading towards winter, and I'm somewhere in fall, I think it is. And once winter hits, your crops are gonna stop growing, as far as I'm aware, at least. And not just that, but the availability of creatures in the world is also gonna diminish heavily, and even the ones that you do find allegedly gives you less resources to boot. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how bad that is. What I've been doing is that I've basically been stockpiling all this grain here, which lasts a very long time in these storage vessels, and then eating everything else that basically spoils within a matter of days, even in these pots here. That's mainly consists of berries and meat gotten from animals, which, you know, is not so bad. In order to deal with the whole armor creation process, though, I fill these barrels with water and oak logs, and that should give me something called tannin, which I can use to tan leather, and hopefully make some leather armor out of it. But right now, the only thing that I'm wearing, which is not really anything actually, but I'm wearing a helmet, which is something I looted at some point, and then I've got some lamellar leg armor. So I did say looting. Yes, there are like Terraria-esque mechanics in here too, or dungeons, or discoverabilities. Discoverables? I don't know how you would put that. So as you go around the world, you might encounter like ruins that you can explore and exploit. And in my case, that's where I found that one helmet, but there was also pretty sketch going down there because mobs started spawning. Almost died, so yeah. Definitely felt like I had to be a bit better prepared before going somewhere like that. I've also been collecting all these berry bushes. You can't grow them, you can find them though, and breaking them will allow you to pick them up. And then I think it is within 8 days of, like, every 8 days you can get some berries out of them, assuming that the conditions are right for it, of course, which they don't always will be, of course. But I do like to harvest them and then put them into the storage vessels. Okay, oh, there's a few here. Julio. Should be fine for now. Give you this one. Let's just chuck them all in there. Good. Let's go and check to the crops, because the growth cycles haven't exactly synchronized, because how should I put it, all the different crops, they have different growth stage amounts, so some crops take significantly longer to grow than others, and as a result it's a bit of a challenge to figure out which ones are at which stage without looking directly at them. So for the time being, because, you know, I'm desperately trying to just get as much as possible, I'm like cherry picking the ones that are fully grown whenever I see them in here. So I basically go around here every once in a while just to see if any of the crops are ready to be harvested, and then I do so. And there are some slightly advanced mechanics to this as well, or advanced, I don't know. It's not really advanced, but there's like in-depth mechanics, I guess you could say. So the different crops, they have different nutrient requirements to grow at like optimally, and the soil in which they grow on then have those soil nutrients inside of the block they're on, right? And as you grow a crop on any given soil, over time those nutrients are going to diminish. And depending on what crop, of course, as you can imagine now, you're going to use up the different nutrients. And the only way to like really restore it is either completely remove, like destroy the block, because when you harvest or try to pick up farmland, it doesn't yield you any blocks in return. So you can either destroy the blocks, or you can wait some time by planting something else that uses a different nutrient, as far as I understand it anyway. Blah, blah, blah. And then by sort of doing crop rotation, you can keep them going at max speed. There are other things you can do too. There are different soil types, I guess you would say. So for the most part, yeah, this is a low fertility one. You can actually see the color difference. It's like the less fertile a piece of soil is, the more washed out the color of it. And depending on which biomes you go to, you may be able to find better land that's a better soil, or better soil. You just harvest that and bring it back home with you. When I got here though, this entire area just consists of low fertility soil, so it wasn't until I discovered that forest soil is considered medium. There's also high nutrient soil, if I remember correctly, and I don't recall if there's any higher than that though. But yeah, one of the things I also want to get done soon is to expand my farm area, because it works a little bit like Minecraft. They need moisture in order to fully like grow at full speed. But by putting down a water source block, it does spread out moisture to a block range of 3 around it. And you can also make infinite water in this, so it's not that hardcore. It's at least a bit more forgiving on the water part. However, to get a bucket, you do need to get metals first in order to make a saw, because you need planks to make a bucket, which is something you cannot just do right away. You can sort of aim towards it, but I mean, when you spawn, you kind of just want to survive, really. Okay, those are my excess seeds in here. And yes, I built like a wall of dirt blocks, but you can also build a fence, I found out after I did that. There is like an early game fence you can build. And the reason why you want to do that is because wild animals such as rabbits will occasionally come by and try and munch on your crops. And you'll just return to your field and it'll say, oh, crop is dead because eaten by wild animal. You can still harvest it though at that stage to get the seeds back, but you know, replanting it starts the whole growth cycle from the very beginning, which obviously is not really preferable. So this is what I've been wanting to try and acquire more of: flax fibers. Turn that into flax twine. We can turn the twine into linen, and I actually need 2 of those. And 1 twine and 1 linen allows me to make a sack, so I can carry 1 item more in my inventory. That is no joke. That is literally 1 more item I can carry now if I swap this hunter's backpack out. Oh yeah, okay, so the position of these bags is actually important. There we go. Try and do something like that. There we go. Not intending on throwing that hunter's backpack out though. Just in case I die and lose all my items by not being able to retrieve them. It's already happened once. And losing all your stuff in this is very punishing. Very, very, very punishing. Okay. Oh, right. Oh yeah, I did just make a scythe recently, which is kind of great. This allows me to harvest a lot of the straw stuff. And amongst building like hay bale blocks to, you know, for the roof that I have, you can also use it to feed animals with, and that's actually what I need it for right now. Normally you could, like early on, you can just use a knife to do the same, but it's one piece of grass at a time, and it doesn't leave like a cut grass block behind, meaning that you're actively like just destroying all the grass at your disposal. You can grow more, but the way that works is that when you put down a dirt block, grass will slowly, like here, start to grow onto it. So this is like one that's got patches of grass and this is not covered in anything. And then when that happens, it spawns these grass tufts, if you will. This beats doing it one at a time though. I have actually thought about maybe making like a dedicated area to do this farming. But like just a large flat area with just grass growing. I do wonder if they are also affected by the soil type underneath them. Then getting like medium soil quality, fertility soil or something better even might be a good idea. I do really think this game looks pretty though. It's a little bit hard to get used to the fact that all the textures are higher resolution, because I'm so used to using, you know, playing Minecraft with textures that are just regular 16 by 16. So suddenly having a game where it's much higher fidelity is in the same like game genre is a little bit weird. But you get used to it, I feel. Similarly to how in Minecraft, I'm never really a fan of whenever mobs are implemented through mods that have way too many polygons to them. It just doesn't look right. Especially when a cow in Minecraft is like, what? 6 boxes and a few sprites, right? So suddenly having a mob consisting of maybe like 100 conjoined joints of just boxes and square shapes just to try and create some roundness to them. Yeah, no. Just no. In here though, everything is like at the same fidelity level, so it doesn't seem off as much. Like for instance, this scythe is a good example, right? Because you've got like multiple blocks or boxes that make up the scythe blade, so it's like still, you know, pretty chunky, like blocky, but you still get that sensation of it looking round, you know. Hey, I think we're about done with farming some of this for now. I don't know how much of this you need to feed the animals, because you basically make a feeding trough as far as I understand, and then that can attract them. But in order to figure out how well fed they actually are, you have to look at them and it'll say like what their weight is like. So if it's a good weight they have, then I guess you don't really need to feed them. And then the weight will determine when you butcher them as to how much of resources and such you get from them. I've literally almost broken this entire scythe though, just to get this. I wonder, can I use it on the cattails? I can. Don't think I want to though. And no, you don't get these resources if you don't use at least some kind of tool, by the way. That is the other thing. If I were just to punch this grass, I wouldn't gain anything out of it. Other than destroying the block, of course. So you do at least need a knife to get some straw out of this. There we go, that's the scythe all dead. Oh yeah, and I do have this trench here because the rabbits that occasionally try to get to your crops, at least with this setup I found, they'll like continuously run through the wall, towards the wall, trying to get into it, and then if you surprise them by just following them down here, then they'll just run in the opposite way and get stuck in this corner. Then you just poke them with a spear until they're dead. Easy hunting. They don't exactly give the most in terms of meat or hide or anything, but it's basically free, so I'm not complaining about free. Coolio. Yeah, so that's like an entire stack of straw that we just put in there, right? That should make the animals eat from it. I wonder if they can get overweight though, because I have not noticed that they have any restraint on how much food they eat. Because the way that you get these to, like, as far as I understand, this is like the actual intention. The way that you get these to stay at your place is that you have to find them somewhere and literally just punch them or aggro them in some way and then just run like hell. Because they will not let you go easily. And then when you get back, you kind of want to lure them into like a pen like the one that I have outside. Let's make some improvised body armor just because I need some kind of protection. Straw, firewood, and a knife. Take that straw there. Do I have an axe on me? I do. Turn some of these birch logs into firewood. Is this enough, I wonder? Yes. Just barely. Something that's also a little bit funky in this game is that various resource types will have different stack sizes. So just like Minecraft tools and such, they don't stack and they have durability, but then there's like, you know, sticks and straw which stacks to 64, but then logs will only stack to 16. Firewood only stacks to 32. And so forth like this. There's a bit of discrepancy there. And let's see what happens if I try and cook these that are almost spoiled. or basically are spoiling. Also, different things have different temperatures at which they cook, and different fuel sources can go to a certain temperature as well and have varying amounts of burn duration. So until you reach that targeted minimum temperature, they just don't cook or process whatsoever. So far, most notably on metals, like copper requiring, I think it was 1100 degrees Celsius before it even starts melting. So this green bar just doesn't even progress until you get to that stage. Okay, so when I cook it, it's actually like fresh for a couple days again. Okay, well, I mean, we're gonna eat it immediately. Also, even though it looks like time is being sped up when you're sleeping currently at least, it does not speed up the processing speed of campfires or anything like that, so my suspicion is that it doesn't necessarily affect the spoiling rate of food either. Yeah, it's not like spoil at all. Which is a little bit weird, but I have a suspicion that that's just because it's not implemented properly yet. Okay, well, I do still have a little bit of copper, but I was thinking also wanting to try and use this prospecting pick, because apparently I should be able to find copper with it. In the early game, the way that you do find copper is by finding these small stones on the surface that have a bit of copper in them, and then if you dig down there, you can find like a lump of copper, basically, like a copper node. But in order to mine that, you first do need a pickaxe to begin with, so the game kind of forces you to work hard to get that stuff initially. The catch-22. Okay, so this is basically like a fucking improvised animal trap, and it wasn't even intentional. Yeah, and these are females, so are they gonna even bother attacking me? Well, they're definitely dead now. Please don't bonk me. Well, I only have 2 obsidian spears right now. You could also throw them, which is very useful against creatures that are not really the type of creature you want to get up close and personal with. The hides that we get from animals you can also turn into pelt by combining them with fat, which then oils them up, but then they have to cure for a while, sitting in like an inventory. I don't know if you have, like, if it's a good idea, like if it's necessary to split them up to speed up the process, but I'm just doing it because I can't, like, because I don't know better, I guess. I guess we can just put this meat directly in, because it's still gonna last 4 days. Let's actually make some more spears. So this is where you start making tools. Or rather, how you make like cheaper tools, such as obsidian spears or similar. Depending on what stone type you use, it's gonna affect the stats of the thing though. And so far, the best stone type I found is obsidian. So yeah, this is what I mean, like you can destroy the voxels and you just need to destroy the innermost edge, if you will. Then the rest just is napped off, as I guess you would say. But we can make a couple of these. These only stack to 4 at a time, like these spearheads for instance. But it's still more space efficient than having like a ton of actually made spears at the ready. Granted, at the moment, making a chest to contain like more tools would probably not be that big of an issue. Oh shit, I just remembered another thing that I should probably do. If we look at these storage vessels, you'll notice that in the top it says storage food perish speed. And the ones that are closer to the door, they perish slower, I think is what it means in terms of certain aspects than others, that for vegetables. I think that's what it means, like the... No wait, the lower the number would have to be, because it's multiplied, right? Yeah. The lower the number, the slower it perishes. And my understanding is that making a cellar actually has an impact, so... Making a stone walled like food cellar is actually something that you want to do once you have the capability of doing so. That's something I could also look into. But since we did find all those 2 extra boars over here, which is basically just free food almost, I think I want to just try and get those as well. It's actually free here. And this is why I made a couple. There we go. Damn, this is like a fucking amazing trap. At least if you want to harvest the food. If it's to get the sheep over into the farm, that would probably not be such a great idea. Could do with more eaves though. Speed up the breeding process. And I've already been here mining copper, but I wanted just to see how does this work. Okay, so you mine a block and you get 2 samples, get some samples. And they have to be like it's like really finicky because you have to... They have to be like close, far enough away from each other, but also within an area in order to figure out. So we've got like poor hematite. I don't even know what this is. Very poor sphalerite. Oh, so this is like for iron. Okay. Haven't found anything but copper and a little bit of sphalerite through, because you can sift through gravel and sand too to find nuggets of metal earlier on. A little bit congested today. But then what we can do is that we can go to another place where there's like exposed stone and do the same in the nearby vicinity if there is any. And then that way we can like figure out if in what direction that we should be looking for more minerals. And there is cave generation in the game, so should be one on the other side of the farm. I don't know if that's like too far away to really figure much out, but we'll see. Put the torch in our offhand. This game gets really dark on occasion. Also, the bigger the area in which you gather your samples, I've found, or I think I read, the bigger surface area you're also like investigating. Triangulate 2 traces of ore. Relative densities are chromite and hematite. So there's something, some of this stuff in the area, but it might just be really fucking far down. I have no idea how far down the world goes, and I have no idea how far down you're expected to go either in terms of finding your ores. Because maybe it's like you actually have to go really far, and I'm just like looking for things where they just don't exist. So at this height, for instance, I don't know if like 0.6% is like what you'd expect, or if it's like just a bad area to actually find it in. You know what I mean? There's a fox down there. Random dead hair. Yeah. I think the fox might have gotten to them. I have a feeling that I probably have to get further down than I currently am. So maybe making like a mine shaft just to try and figure out how deep down you can go might be an idea. I kind of didn't originally want to do that because I wanted to make sure that there was at least some guarantee of being able to resupply myself with tools if needed. But maybe that's just not gonna happen. Maybe that just is not gonna happen. Maybe I am just expected to dig really far below ground and then do the prospecting. Well, if that's the case, then I think we'll put that on hold for the time being and focus on making a cellar. Let's see, what do we have? I should have some cobblestone blocks. Yeah. Can I actually make proper stone walls? Stone coffin section? Okay. Cobble skull, okay. Ominous. The stone bricks, how do you make those? Out of Stone bricks and mortar. But how do you make mortar? You need lime and some kind of sand. Okay. And to do that, you need to mix quicklime with water in a barrel. How do you get quicklime? You smelt lime. Okay. How do you get lime? Okay. You can break down limestone, chalkstone. Okay. Or you can grind the seashells that you find. Okay, so you can actually do that. They give you 2 lime though. And this gives you 1 mortar, so... It doesn't seem like it matters what kind of sand I make, so that's okay. But you only get 1 brick block per craft, right? So that means for every seashell you can only get 2 blocks of stone bricks. I don't think I'm quite there yet. I don't think it's worth doing that at the moment. I'd have to find a biome where there's limestone and stuff. Or just something that will fit the bill. But all I've seen mostly is just basalt biome stone. Maybe if I went south I would be able to. I think this is granite down here it shifts into. But it's possible to find some better stuff down there maybe. I also see now that this entire area is turning brown because of autumn. It was like cutting off where I haven't been to update the map. Huh. Oh well. I think I can use cobblestone though. Cobblestone is not so bad. Because that's like just clay and the stone type in question. And do I actually have a lot of clay? I've got some. I know I do have a lot of basalt though, so maybe just make like a crap ton of these. Yeah, so that's actually only gonna give me 2 stacks of basalt. Okay. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And if I remember correctly, it had to be of stone. Cannot make it out of wood. That being said though, I do need some stairs. Yeah, what's the recipe for stairs? No, wait, that's not how you make stairs, dragon. Yeah, I have to make them out of the planks. God damn it. Very specific about how it makes those things, or how those things are made. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Don't know where to put this staircase though. I guess since these storage vessels are not going to be here, I wonder if it would fit here if I just move it, all this stuff around a little bit. I don't know you could place them at such weird angles. I knew you could place them diagonally and such. But I didn't actually know, because this is like a 45-degree angle, but this is like really weird. I guess it depends on how far away you are. If I'm like all the way over here. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. That's interesting. And then I should have a copper axe somewhere. Unless I broke it. Did I already break that copper axe? I might have. Do hope I can just move this one. About it. Nope. Okay. Well, that sucks. Those materials are gone. Rip. Yeah, that kind of sucks. There's like all this rot here you can put in a barrel for composting. But I guess if you farm trying to want to move that barrel, even though it's sealed, it doesn't let you. All this tannin is ready though. Actually start tanning some leather. One thing at a time though. Okay, we don't have any shovels either. Okay. I think I want to make a few. Though they're not necessary for digging dirt, it does speed up the process significantly. Oh yeah, I didn't even, that's actually a good point. I just looked over on my layout. I just thought about something. I was like, didn't quite account for the size of the UI. I hope this is a little bit better. I can move myself into my corner over here. Yeah, I can actually like, maybe even do like this. There we go, that's a little bit better. Okay, 4 shovels should be enough. Okay, let's try and give this a go. fucking logs, right? Yeah. Got a few of those. Might as well try and keep it a little bit consistent, I guess. There we go. Oddly enough, you don't have to use a pickaxe to harvest cobblestone. I don't quite understand why that is. I found that one to be a little bit weird. After all, I mean, it's still stone. But maybe it's so that you can scavenge the ruins that you find around the world where these blocks are being used. I don't know. Could be, though. Blocks in this are a little bit interesting. Because you can actually... How did I even do that again? You can like force them to be placed in a certain orientation. I just can't remember how it works. Okay, so if you put it down like that, then it's gonna be vertical, and if it's on the side that you build them, then it's gonna be horizontal, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Seems to be that way. Yep, you do have a little bit control over that at least. Guess it doesn't really work with the stairs though. I wonder if I can just get away with digging a small like room into this rock here. And then not even have to maybe even build it up. Yeah, surely not. We'll need to go and chop down some more trees, those. Also, it gets really dark outside at night, depending on certain conditions. I'm not exactly sure how you can tell always. My first theory was that it was dependent on moon phases. But I mean, there's no moon to be seen right now. Well, I guess that's exactly the point. If there was no moon to be seen, then it would be completely pitch black like it is right now. Like, I can barely even see the outline of the terrain. On some nights, though, it's very different. It's possible to traverse and actually see the outline of all the terrain where you go. Still dark, but you can at least see where you're going without a torch. If I went out there without one right now, like, it's scary. Here we go, another day, another job to do. Is one axe gonna cut it? No pun intended. Let's make a few extra axe heads. Don't need to have that many on me, but it's nice having some in store so that you can just like go and pick one up whenever you're about to break one. And let's also, I do have all this stone, I don't need that. And these building blocks. Let's just put them in here. Oh, food. Eat those while we go. Now when I first got here, like this entire plains, you can kind of see it in the horizon there. That's kind of what it looks like. Not really any trees much. So all the trees that you see here are ones that I've planted. They do take like forever to like grow. Yeah, they ate all that. It still says their weight is good, so I think as long as their weight says that it's good, then I'm not gonna care about it. Feeding them, that is. Because it's really hard, like they don't seem to adjust their eating habits based on how hungry they are. They just seem like, oh, there's food, then I'm gonna eat, and oh boy, is that like not useful. Or rather, not just not useful, but also very inconvenient. Oh shit. Whoa, need to be careful. If I go into too deep water with this torch, it snuffs it out. And I gotta go and relight it. Ooh. Damn. That pushed my camera and everything. Well, my viewpoint in game camera is what I meant, not the actual camera. Imagine you sneeze so hard that it moved your stream setup camera. The way woodcutting in this works is that depending on how many blocks the tree consists of, it takes longer to chop down depending on where you try and chop it from. So because I'm chopping it from the very base of the tree, it means that it's trying to basically cut down the whole thing in one go. And then take significantly longer. But you can also cut it from a higher point actually. And then it's a little bit like with Minecraft mods. If when it's done, like you're done chopping, it'll eat up durability on your axe depending on how many blocks you harvested. And if your axe is completely broken before the like if you're needing more durability than what your axe has to chop the whole thing, then it'll just chop as much as it can from the top down basically. A little bit annoying at times because it means that blocks will just be lying on top of the tree. However, you know, you can go and get a new axe and then chop the rest of it. Beyond logs, there's also other resources you want to get from trees though. Namely branches. Or sticks, which you get from these leaf blocks. So there's two types of leaf blocks. There's ones that's a branchy version, and then there's the regular ones. And if it's a branchy leaf block, this one for instance, it'll always guarantee give you a stick. Otherwise, it's up to chance. Furthermore, as far as I'm aware, if you want a higher drop rate of seeds as well, you also want to harvest the leaves first directly before chopping down a tree. The same goes true for the sticks, of course, by the way. So if you're just looking out for logs, then you know, sure, but might maybe want to chop down or remove enough leaves until you at least get one seed so you can replant the tree. Otherwise, as you can probably tell, there's a good possibility that you won't be able to, because it won't yield seeds in most cases, like even a tree with a lot of leaves on it. Once you get into metalworking, you can also make shears that harvest a 3 by 3 by 3 area worth of leaves, I think it is. So that way you can like cut down on the amount of time needed to do it later on, but you know, that does require metal. I don't have a sustainable source of metal yet. Well, I do, but kinda. You also of course need to be able to reach the leaf blocks. I think we've got enough pine logs for that fellow that I'm trying to build at least. Let's get the rest of our building blocks back in our inventory. And then continue where we left off, I guess. Yeah, so just one more block level down, and we should be at a height that I'm probably going to be happy with. Let's just double check what the survival guide says, actually. Food preservation, I think it is. Cellars. Any fully enclosed space is considered a cellar and will have a low and consistent year-round temperature. The most simple cellar consists of a 1x2x1 hole with a container in it. It's covered up with soil. More elaborate versions can be up to 7x7x7 blocks in size with a door. To verify a cellar is working, look at any containers block info. You will want to reach the lowest possible food perish speed. Build cellar walls from soil, brick, or stone materials. Walls. Okay. Doesn't mention anything about the ceiling though. But we might as well just build the whole thing out of fucking cobblestone, I guess. So we can also seal the crocks with wax of fat to reduce the decay rate tenfold. But my guess is that it's a seal, meaning that in order to access your stuff, you would have to unseal it, and then your wax or fat might be gone for good. Possibly. Yeah, like this basically. But yeah, as you can tell, even just this small hole that I'm digging is eating up my pickaxe like no tomorrow. So I haven't seen or looked into ladders. I assume they're a thing. So maybe making like a straight hole down would be the fastest way to get to a lower level to do any excavating, but we'll see. Do need one of these oil lamps down here though. How do you make basalt brick stairs? Cobblestone stairs, I mean. Okay. Yeah, kind of figured there would be something like this. Yeah, this will probably look decent. You've maybe also noticed that you don't exactly get the full block whenever you mine them. You get these stones instead. You can get the entire block, but the way it works is that you'd have to mine every single surrounding one until there's just that one block left, and then it pops out like a full carved block, I suppose is the idea. So you can do it, but it's very terrain destructive and tool durability intensive to do so. Oh, there goes the pickaxe. Let's see, we did have a spare though. Yes. But is this my last pickaxe? It is. Okay. Should be okay. You still have some durability left by the time I'm done with this. Hey, Bacon. Good morning to you too. What kind of game is this? It's a block building game. A little bit like Minecraft, but then also not really. It's, I talked with Toto about it and she saw a little bit of it, like a sneak peek. And she said that it's basically looks like Minecraft for big boys. It's, inspired by Terra Firma Craft, amongst other things, which is a Minecraft mod, by the way, which is very much catered towards a more hardcore survival experience, if you will. Things are more involved and harder to obtain, amongst a bunch of other things that are very, very different. Like if you've played Minecraft and you jump into this, you'll be hella confused on how to progress. That's how different it is. It's good though. I really enjoy it. Like hell, even just the very first, like already when you start the game on a new character, the very first thing you'll notice is that your inventory does not exist. To get an inventory, just like World of Warcraft or something, you need bags. And to craft bags, you know, it's a long process to figure out where to get the resources, which ones you need, and so forth. Because you can't just go out and pick up wood with your fists either. You do need an axe if you want to get logs. And to make the bags, initially the ones you can make are these reed baskets. But to get those from the reeds, you need to at least make a knife first. Otherwise, you don't get anything from harvesting them. So it's pretty involved. And, you know, making tools in this is not just taking like 3 pieces of stone and 2 sticks and then you get a pickaxe. No, 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 no. In fact, you can't even make a pickaxe out of stone to begin with. Instead, you do stone napping, which I kind of need some more knives, so I might as well show that. You got work today, Bacon, or is it a day off? So you kind of like put these rocks down, choose your recipe, and then you literally gotta chip away at the voxels to make the shape. You only work on Monday through Friday, so your weekend is your weekend and Monday is a holiday, so long weekend for you. Nice. Well, what's your plans for the extended weekend then, if you have any? Usually people say, oh, I'm gonna like relax. Streaming, okay. So you're gonna be starting up your stream soon? Today, that is. In a few hours, probably around noon your time. Alright, what's on the menu today? What are you streaming lately, I guess? Box snacks. Right. Was it you who mentioned that? I think you mentioned that was that the one where you did like weird ass creatures and stuff, like spore, I'm willing to assume. Yes. The name kind of rang a bell because I think you've already mentioned that one. I almost forgotten about it. Capture creatures kind of like Pokemon, but then you feed them to NPCs. Okay. Alrighty then. Is it like an overarching goal or is it just a sandbox? Story's pretty dark though, which is a stark contrast to how pretty and cartoony the world is. Yeah, that definitely reminds me of what you said last time about it. Oh, you can actually make a rough wooden door. I did not know that. Huh. Okay, so you can actually make a door much earlier. Well, that would have been helpful. Coke oven door. Trapdoor. But we are just making regular doors right now. Oh. Because in order to make planks you need a saw. To make a saw you need metal. To get metal is a long process. That's why it's a little bit sad that I hadn't figured out that there was actually another door that you can make earlier on. Right now I'm making a cellar so that I can hopefully preserve my food for longer, because it spoils over time. Did it replace all the floor? Yeah, yep. Okay. Let's use this sandstone just because I want it to look fancy. Can't help it. But yeah, I've played this save for like 20 something hours already. Like, not today of course, it's been off stream. But I wanted to share like my progress and then my experience so far. Because it's like, I didn't know about this game and it actually came, like, it's been available since 2020 I think it was. But only recently did I discover this due to my YouTube recommends. What are the enemies like? They're eldritch beings for the, like, when it comes to like the zombie and creeper equivalent. which are these small hunchback-like creatures. Like, I don't know how else you would explain them. They usually only tend to pop out at night, but there's like a little bit of a don't starve mechanic to them, because they spawn these. The game will randomly generate these rifts outside in various places, and that's where they kind of like spawn in at. And you've also got like a sanity meter. That's what that cyan colored gear in the middle there is. So if you spend too much time around their portals, you start going insane, which manifests in like weird ass on-screen wobbly effects and such. It goes too far, and apparently you get teleported to the Rust dimension, which I haven't been to. And I don't intend to either anytime soon. Every once in a while, I can't remember what it's called. It's like a storm that happens, and when that does, it just like will spawn enemies non-stop all over the place. It'll also enforce those on-screen effects, making your screen all wobbly, and also like simulate a rubber banding kind of like effect too, where your character will sort of just rubber band around, like intentionally. It's not like a bug in the game, at least it seems like. Also, nights are fucking dark. This one is actually a little bit brighter than the one last night. You can kind of see the silhouette of things, but yeah, it all depends on, I think, the moon phase. Oh. There's also seasons in this. I'm like heading into autumn, so everything's turning brown. And eventually, when winter comes around, animals are gonna give you less resources, and crops are not gonna be able to grow. So that's why, since I'm in autumn right now, or fall, or whatever you would call it, kinda like just aiming towards getting that cellar ready. Because that feels important. Also, things don't just automatically self-ignite whenever you put it in the respective inventories. So in order to actually do that, you need either a torch or like a fire starting kit, which is where you start. If you can keep the fire going, but just move, you can keep the fire going by just like lighting things with torches and such. But until you've got all that sorted out, you're kind of like really just living out the caveman lifestyle. Combat in this so far has been very punishing, though. Even the easiest drifters, as they're called, the enemies, really just kick my ass. So I've sort of been trying to also figure out how to get better armor, because until then, the only thing that I've been able to make is this improvised body armor. Lately, I did get these wooden lamellar boots, or shoes, or whatever, legging armor. And then I managed to loot this helmet somewhere, but it lost most of its durability all throughout like one fight, one night. So that was not great. That's not great at all. Yeah, let's move this downstairs. Sure. Oh, wow. Definitely lasts significantly longer now. Because this is a pair speed of, what, 0.27 for vegetables. 0.7, 18, 35. 0.7, 18, 35. Yeah, so it goes down by a good bit. Okay, it also doesn't seem like there's any need for me to put it all the way at the back of the room here. Seems like it's just fine to maybe just put it on the other side of the door just for convenience sake. Yep. Okay. Wow, yeah, so before this grain was lasting slightly less than 5 years, now it's actually lasting an entire year longer. Is their default like lasting like the spoiled the duration or whatever is like long lasting foods. Cool. Even these onions last over a year now. Damn. Okay, that's that should be a pretty solid investment, I guess. How do I make half slabs, I wonder? Okay. Could probably make do with a few more chests. Yeah, it doesn't look half bad. Could do with some lighting down there though. A little bit dark. Fortunately, I don't have the things needed. So let's make some. What we're gonna need are these raw bowls here. And yes, this is how you make clay things. Remove material where it's not needed and then add it where it is needed. And then there's like a couple like strategies you can employ here, because there's those different shapes that you can use. So for instance, instead of putting down every single voxel one by one, I personally find it a little bit easier to just like, apart from that mishap, to just use the 3x3 and then just remove the stuff that you don't want in the end. A little bit difficult sometimes to remember how it works, because like the 2x2 is offset and it's not always like it's a bit hit and miss on whether or not you're gonna get it right the first time. It all depends on where you're standing, and so yeah, we can make a couple of these real quick. Make 2 more batches and then we can sort of move to the next step. Minecraft. Hi Toto. Good to see you. How are you doing today? Though I didn't exactly expect it to be the Nazi Germany version of Minecraft. Not sure where that came from. be enough of those. Just take a quick stroll around outside. And my two sheep are doing good, it seems. My Eve is still pregnant. I wonder how long it takes for them to pop out. What is that? What is what? Nine months. I mean, if it really takes that long in the game, then it's not really like worth doing. just saying. The building thing? Give me a moment. Okay, there's some bad boys outside. I made a cellar though. If this is what you're referring to. My food lasts significantly longer down here now. Okay, we're gonna need some sticks. Some
Hey, listen!
dry grass, yes. Yes. You bastard. That was unnecessary. Let's see. Where are those bastards? There he is. Ow. Stop throwing rocks at me. You little shit.
You're the king? Well, I didn't vote for you. Off I go then.
Okay. Wow, one piece of flax fiber. I'm still trying to get that spawn setting item from those guys, but not really working out. For sake. Oi! Welcome back, Bacon. Just about to fire some of these bowls. Play bowls. Gotta add some straw, add some sticks, some logs for peat on top. And we take our torch. Light that bitch on fire. Then we just gotta wait like half an in-game day or something, I think it is. Also, Toto, I found out that you can make like early game doors in this game. Just like a moment ago. That would definitely have helped out earlier on when I didn't have any in on my house. But yeah, this cellar is like fucking amazing. So this meat will perish in 4.5 days in my inventory, but in here it's like more than 3 times that much. And now the grain, which before lasted like 4 something years, will last me 6 something years. So had I had this from the beginning, it would probably last like somewhere around 8 years or something, maybe, if it's completely fresh. Yeah, I know. One game I wanted. Now. Actually, let's just sleep. I don't want to deal with those guys. Oh yeah, by the way, the not Darkness Falls, the Undead Legacy server is still gonna be a thing, by the way. Peak is just waiting to get some memory sticks that he bought off someone online. Oh, this fog effect is cool. Huh. But the memory sticks just haven't arrived yet, unfortunately. They were supposed to have been there by now, but you know, when the postal service doesn't do it, then you're kind of just stuck. Yummy. I really hope that this is all gonna be enough for winter. But so far I haven't even eaten from any of my vegetables or anything like that. Every time I've been low on food, I've just gone out hunting. Because all this lasts for like a lot longer than meat does. I don't know if I'm like overdoing it or whatever, but hey, something. There is a lot of different foodstuffs in this game though. Not to even mention that you can also cook it, of course, into dishes, which I haven't even started figuring out how that works and what's good to do. Cold resistance until negative 10 degrees. Plant me some crops. It does seem like crops out in the world, they just like randomly generate dynamically. Like, so it's not as with Minecraft where you go out and you find random plants out there, and then when you're harvested them, they're gone for good, you know? It does seem like they just generate here. Depending on climate and temperature and time and stuff. That being said, though, even though they do that, at least in this area, since they'll be growing in low fertility soil, they take forever to mature. In the wild, at least. So it's not like you can just rely on wild growing crops to survive. That's pretty much impossible, I think. Well, not impossible, I shouldn't say that. It might be possible, but it would not be easy, at least. I might have to start making some more of these storage vessels too. Just for all the grain. Well, grain and vegetables, they last both quite substantially long times. Like 100 and so days. Up to a year and something. I think that means I can actually hope this is enough. Please be enough. Yes, this should be enough. Can make my last lint flax bag. Flax bag. Just for that added small amount of extra inventory space. I can't remember what it was, but there was something else you could use it for. I just don't remember. Let's see. Oh yeah, you can also make a mining bag. 10 storage slots, but can only hold stones, ores, minerals, and metals. This one has 5 slots, by the way. I could eventually, I think the next step would be a leather backpack, which is also quite expensive. Making an oven. I wonder how you make an oven. Is that just like okay. Interesting. Watch that they don't burn. Okay. So is that just a clay forming thing? Is there just like an entire oven in here? I wouldn't expect so. I mean, I don't see it, so... See, also clay oven for baking bread. But how? There's a bunny on your front lawn? Okay. Oh, that's what it was. Oh, okay, so I do need fire clay. I thought they were just like interchangeable clay, but I guess not. Interesting. But I don't have enough voxels for this, not even in the slightest. How do I get fire clay? Because this stuff is looted from somewhere. Okay, so I just gotta find the deposits. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's gonna be a lot of voxels required to make this, I think. This. It's like over here we have rabbit jumping through the city on occasion. I was like very surprised when I saw that the first time. I was like, wait, what? Like that's a thing that can happen here? But yeah. Big town. Just bunny rabbits jumping around. Yeah, that almost rhymes. Okay, that's not good. Okay, I might have to do some slight adjustments here. AKA moving all these peat bricks somewhere else. I guess we can just put them here or something. Basically use this as an alternative fuel source. And yes, I could just chuck it in a chest and call it a day, but I think this looks cooler. See, this night is like even brighter. You can actually see the crops and everything, even the slightly make out the bark color of the trees. So yeah, it's definitely related to the moon phases. More full moon means more light. Makes sense. Okay. Let's grab something to eat, and then I want to go and check out something that spawns in the world. Okay, it's still just night, okay. Because there's like a merchant up here, and I haven't really looked into what you can get out of him. Because last time I checked, you needed at least to have a bunch of metal at your hands in order to even have any reason to talk with him, basically. Here he is. Not exactly generated in the most convenient of places, but you know. So here we can buy a bunch of random stuff for gears. Okay, so that's the currency in this game. I see. I actually have some gears, so I can actually buy some of this stuff. It does seem like it's all building materials. And the things that we can sell are all like expensive things to make. Quicklime. Quicklime is probably the easiest to make out of these, but you do need to like find a lime deposit somewhere. There's also an auction house in this game, by the way, for multiplayer servers and such. I don't know, he seems a little bit underwhelming in terms of what you can do with it. But this is like still, even though it's like survival focused, it's also quite focused on the building aspects. There's not as much going on here as there is in Minecraft in some regard. But I mean, considering that Minecraft's had that many years to run on and how much is already here, I think that's actually a pretty good sign. The people behind this definitely know what they're doing. I'm just thinking about what to do next. Because there was that option of trying to make a ladder and see how far down we can go. Okay, those can just be made with sticks. I don't know why you would want to do it out of boards. But I am curious to figure out how far down you can go. I mean, in Minecraft, it's something you can dig to bedrock within like, you know, 10 minutes of starting the game, basically. Or, you know, in the most extreme cases. Might even be able to find a cave that goes all the way down. But as far as I'm aware, this is the only way to get sticks as well. Breaking these leaf blocks. So even with a saw and everything, you can't take like logs, turn them into planks, and then turn those planks into sticks or use them as replacements for everything, at least. Like there was that with this ladder recipe there. So yeah, the only way to get sticks faster is by making shears out of metal, unfortunately. And that's the thing about this game, like, I feel metal is way more precious, at least at this stage, simply because it takes like a fuck ton of it to make just a single tool. But then the things that you use those tools for are not related to getting more metal, usually. Like for the most of the things, they're like convenience items, such as the sickle allowing you to harvest straw, right? Well, that doesn't give you any more metal, and it doesn't help you get any more metal either. The only things that do are the pickaxe, of course, and the prospecting pick. I still need to figure out like how far down you need to go in order to reliably find metals too. Because if prospecting on the surface is like not the way that you're supposed to do, then I would just be wasting my time. We can give it another go though. I mean, we didn't find any massive indication of ore presences earlier, but maybe second time's the charm, you know? Oh, also these bowls are now fired, so we can use them. Let's head in this direction though. This is where my current clay deposit is, but this is blue clay, not the kind that you need for that furnace. Maybe actually I should head south now that I think about it. There is a path that goes down to southern areas where I haven't really explored much. And the way that the biomes allegedly are laid out is not just that you have the biomes, but you also have temperature zone variances. Whoa, on top of that. So the more away from the equator you go, like north and south, the temperatures are going to change. I don't remember what the explanation was on how exactly it worked. Is if it's just like, oh, you go from temperate to desert to snowy, icy, cold ass biomes, or if it's like a little bit different. I mean, it is a video game, so you never really know, but it does have like the option when you generate the world to set it so that it's a bit more Minecraft-esque, where you have like random splotches of temperature, but that's not what a recommended setting according to the world gen information there. And as far as I understood, it seems to be related to the progression of the game, like difficulty wise. But you know, haven't tried it, so I can't say exactly what it's like. Yeah, this is definitely a mountainous area. So hopefully this is like exactly what you want to go for mining. Well, this exposed rock is definitely gonna let me do a bunch of prospecting. Let's see. Let's just try and see what happens. Ultra high pentlandite. That's for nickel, okay. Very high hematite, which is for iron, right? Melts into iron blooms. I think this is like advanced crafting though. There's bismuth. Chromite, cinnabar. Inlandite nuggets. Okay, so what if we go in here and say nickel? Okay. Pentlandite. But what is it used for? Because nickel usually is like used in alloying. And what is it again? Is it nickel and copper that makes not bronze, but brass, right? There is brass ingots. No, that's zinc and copper. Bismuth, bronze, zinc, bismuth, and copper. Okay. Pin bronze. Okay. This is what I usually consider bronze. Okay, interesting. Of course, zinc, but that's just directly mined, isn't it? Steel. Hmm. Didn't feel like I got any more clever on this. Pentlandite. What is it used for? Because nickel orbits will drop pentlandite. And then there's nothing it's used for, according to this. Same with hematite. Unless... No, wait, this says 20 pieces melt into iron bloom, right? But the pentlandite doesn't have anything like that. I guess one could try and see if it melts into anything and then hope that it's something, but I don't know, that sounds like a little bit of a risky investment. Oh, this is where I should have have signs with me, actually. Go all settlers free in this bitch and just put down signs saying like, oh, these are the percentages. But that requires a lot of effort. Too far away from initial reading. Okay. Oh, that's gravel. Hmm. Oh, so now it's sampling around that point. One more now. It's like gravel layered, or sand layered on gravel layered on stone. Again, pentlandite. Hmm. I wonder if it's like for colored glass, maybe. Oh shit. I want to get crushed by gravel now. Okay, what do we have here then? High bismutite. This goes into bismuth. Okay. So... Oh yeah, that's true. I don't even need signs. I can like say bismuth. That's not where I type that. 2.6%. That might actually be a fairly good way of doing it. Doing it with signs is a little bit more cool though. But doing it on the world map is a lot more practical. I wonder what happens if you disconnect that entire structure up there. Probably just floats, doesn't it? Minuscule amounts of native copper. Oh, okay. Well, that tells me that there's copper in one direction here. Probably. That means if I go over here and I get a reading and it doesn't say copper, then that's not the right way to find it. Might regret this. Decent hematite. That's the iron. See, that's interesting. So there was a little trace of copper around here, but minuscule amount. So since I didn't find anywhere it just went, might just be around here then. Is this granite sand? It is. Let's try and do a sample here then. Was it 2.8? 2.9 actually. So slightly higher concentration here, right? Just ever so slightly. That means that these are fairly far apart, but that probably indicates that if I dig around in the middle between these two, it's a good chance of finding hematite. Or at least a better chance. I don't know if it's a good chance. I mean, 2.9% doesn't sound like much. I don't know how absolute values work. It might mean that it's like, oh, out of all the blocks, there's like a 2.9 presence of those specific ores in this area. Of course, we're talking about hundreds of blocks here, so 2.9 might be like more than you're thinking, I suppose. A little bit annoyed that you don't get like rocks or anything from this. Minuscule amounts of hematite and chromite. Okay. It is like triangulating ore, right? So, oh shit. I should have brought more food. Because it's a bit of a trek back. And prospecting apparently takes much more time than I anticipated, huh? Get distracted, dragon, you're starving. Fortunately, you don't starve super quick in this game. It takes like a very long time if you're at full HP even. Terra Prata? Hold on a second. Ooh, that's really good. If I understood it correctly, this is like super soil. Yeah. I'll need to come back and get me some of this. Damn it, missed. God, where did that spear go? There it is. Get back here, you ram. Nice. Nice. Great. I guess throwing things at long distances in this game is not really the way to go. But the AI is like way too good at navigating the terrain. I've got like one spear that I haven't lost yet. Or rather, I say that, of course, they do have one issue, and then arch nemesis is water. They get slowed down to crawl in water, so trying to lure them or kite them away from terra firma into water is actually a good idea. Just remember to pack your torch in your bag, so it doesn't get snuffed out when you jump in. There are a few issues in the game that I'm a little bit annoyed with, but they're honestly just pet peeves. Case in point, accessing a campfire locks you away from being able to open your inventory, but you can do it the other way around, because that's just how the game is coded at the moment, I guess. I don't think it's intentional, because there's a lot of other places in the game where you can, like, when open inventories where you can do that, so. Let's get all these bowls. Get some oil lamps. So 0.19 and 0.13. So if I add a light source, nice. It does not mess with the spoiling rate, it seems. That's nice. We're gonna have light sources down here. These will never run out, so that's good. Oh yeah, that's true. I've got like 1 billion fucking storage vessels. I forgot from earlier when that was my main storage. Just add them in here. Look at all this storage space. Jesus. Jesus. Do I want to plant rice? Ah, would probably have done that. Throw the bloody seed in there. Some of the seeds I found in like those dungeons that are around, or ruins and whatnot. So not entirely sure if you can find them in the wild yet because I haven't seen them. Mainly just been flax and turnips. I think onions as well, yeah. Rye. But it's very likely due to how the biomes are set up. It seems like most of this soil has been swapped out with medium fertile soil, so it's progress. I guess we can make this room look a little bit more interesting. Slight rotations on some of these. See how I figure out how this works. Hmm. Kinda. Does make things look a little bit more lived in though, when you do that. Actually, let's do grain on just the right hand side. But I do want to start distributing them into multiple containers though. See if I can get like a sorting setup going. Yeah, throw that flax on the ground. Hopefully I can find my way around. Otherwise I'll just have to add signs, I suppose. Put them on the walls. Don't know how flexible that is. Would be cool though. Let's just add all our tools to that box. Let me just put down. See, why not? Do need like... Yeah, you can't tell it to sort your inventories. There's no like sorting button as far as I'm aware either. That would be nice. So right now it's kind of just manual. Which can be a little bit finicky, right? I'm gonna go and get a glass of water. Okie dokie. How's that food going? It is done. Okay, well, what should the next project be? Should it just be more prospecting? Trying to find copper and stuff? Probably. Because food-wise, I don't think there's any reason to go and mine a bunch of this terra preta, however much I can get. But rather just try and do some more prospecting, I think. Making like an outpost out there to sort of sleep in and such might also be a good idea. Could maybe just dig like a hole in the mountain and then just yeah, let's take a storage vessel with us actually. And then just a little bit of meat. Yeah, that's maybe a little bit much meat, but be okay. Take 2 doors. And let's take some bowls. Just a single torch extra actually. Didn't have any extra fat at the moment, so there's not really a possibility to make any more. Light sources, that is. Let's just get a replacement knife right away because this one that we have is a little bit low in durability. Got one shovel that's just about to break as well. Cool, that should be fine. Oh right, a bed. I can just take this straw bed, I guess. Hey bed. Yo bed. Hey bed. Well, let's get on with it. Because running in this game eats up more of your... I think it eats up more of your saturation, like it makes you hungry faster. I'm not entirely certain, but it sometimes feels that way than that when you're running around a lot. It goes down much quicker. I know armor does, because you can see it on the stats. So like hunger rate increased and healing effectiveness is reduced for whatever reason. I guess because you're covering up armor or something. Entirely sure. Oh yeah, this is a ram, so it's gonna like fucking try and murder me. Joke's on it, I guess. But yeah, bending over to use a knife on these is actually just low enough for your torch to go out if it's in your hand, by the way. I'm just curious to see if there's any copper in this area. Ultra high pentlandite. But what is it for? Well, I guess we can just mark it. There is also mineralogy as like a like one of the things the game's trailer or whatever you want to call it sort of boasts is that like realistic mineralogy or something like that. Yeah, that's all medium fertile soil, huh? Okay, that's interesting. But yeah, I wonder if that's got something to do with it. So yeah, 4 spears, and if you're fast enough, they don't even get a chance to run. That also does remind me, I should actually try and make a bow at some point. See how good that is. Because melee attacks work well enough when you're like fighting a single enemy, and with the spears you can at least throw them, but not always enough. That last throw is the sketchiest though because of the accuracy. Don't want to throw it too late because then the accuracy doesn't matter because it's too far away. Don't want to throw it too soon because then the accuracy is going to be so off. It's just going to go like 45 degrees to the corner of the map. Of your screen, I mean. Well, we're back in this stony area. And yeah, I've almost already like used up half of my saturation. So bringing food seems like a must, even on just short travels like this. You can also make food preserves, but I haven't really looked into how that works. That would probably be also something you'd want for longer travels. Let's see what we get. Ultra high pentlandite again. And then just everything else, apart from hematite, is... I wonder how much you can say right in here. Don't remember how much it was. $4.7. So let's see. Okay, it displays just fine. Cool. There's also something about the presence of different sands and mineral, like stone types, when you read into it, that can help you define or determine whether or not a certain thing that, like mineral, you're looking for even exists in that area. Where if it's basalt, there's basically like no chance, like it just doesn't exist in that area. This is one example. I wonder if these can be used as, nope. Nope, they cannot. They're just boulders. Okay. What happens if you just do a straight line of these? Prospecting. Poor native copper. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Copper snot. In general, sedimentary rock never spawns below igneous rock except for basalt. Yeah, and those are like geological terms that if you've never played this game before, most people probably don't even know about. Because it's like ultra specific. There. I think the first time I encountered anything like that was the magmatic rock definition or whatever used for Botania in Minecraft. And I've seen igneous rock used in some video games over the past, but it's like very, very few games that do that. Oh, nice. A little rift here. I think part of it might also have something to do with culture. Denmark doesn't really have geological land formations that way. Like, we don't have mountains. The best you get here is like a hill, but it's all like just grass covered dirt everywhere you look anyway. Like, you know, from the layman's perspective, I guess you could say. So getting any kind of sense of the variety that geology actually contains is a little bit hard here, I feel. Because we got your beaches with sand and you've got your everything else with dirt and grass. And there's gravel, you know, and stuff like that. So it's not really like even boulders are like, they exist, but they're very infrequent here. And usually it's just like, oh, there's a huge ass field and there's like a single boulder over there that's usually just gonna be removed because it's in the way of farmland. This seems like a pretty good spot to mine for copper, maybe. Because that was 4.8 and this is like even higher. Well, a bit of basic geology education helps when playing Vintage Story. Yes, I think so. I mean, there is the survival guide entry that tries to explain it too. But it's a couple of days ago since I read it, so I don't quite recall what it says. I think, is it under prospecting? But the pro pick deals with that? Okay. Yeah, this is not the thing that talks about the sedimentary and such. I can't remember where you find that. Smelting, smithing, prospecting, temporal, blah blah blah. Rock strata, this thing. This is where it says it talks about it, right? I mean, this is a lot of text for someone to read through just to figure it out, but yeah. Then comes the learning cliff of the pro pick. Learning cliff. Not sure what that means. You're saying it's hard to utilize the prospecting pick? Oh, okay, so it's like a play on words, okay. Yeah, I'm not entirely, like, I've only just started using it, so I'm still learning. Right now I'm just making samples and writing them down and see if there's like some indication on where I should maybe be digging. But this also says high copper, and then I assume you have to stand in between those three nodes that you prospected to have the most accurate point of your reading. But I don't know if it matters, for instance, like, is it you mine one space and then it's like a spherical area around that, or is it like you mine a line of 3 blocks and then it just like makes like a bounding box area around those 3 and then it's just like a thin strip? Or I think learning how to use the density search on the Pro Pig is the hardest part of the game. Oh really? Yeah, because I mean it says high native copper here and then it's 11.3% absolute. I'm not entirely even sure what absolute means, because at the end of the day this is like an estimate still, right? But But as long as this has durability, I don't see any reason not to use it on a couple locations. But I mean, this says 15%, 15.4 native copper there, and then it's 11.3 here and 4.8 there. So I guess trying to, I don't know if I can prospect here because this looks like it's a massive mountain. But I mean, this area seems to be the most reasonable to look for it at the moment. First block mined reads the chunk for the possibility of the different ores that could exist in that chunk. Oh, okay. Yeah, and chunks in here are 32 blocks square. Are they grid locked, or is it like just from that block and out? Like, are the chunks actually like loaded as chunks, or is it just like a 32 chunk area? Because I mean, there's no grid on the map, so you wouldn't really be able to tell. Yeah, okay, just making sure. If like in this context, if they were. But if that's the case, then it's actually not here. Then I've been putting these markers the wrong place. That's a little bit misleading, to be honest. Wait, so does that mean that only the first one that you mine actually matters, and the others just have to be somewhere within range so that you're allowed to get the reading? Am I understanding that correctly? Yeah, okay. It would be nice to just have it on the map though. Correct. Okay. Yeah, that's not really explained, I don't think, is it? Because it just says break free blocks in close proximity to sample the area for ores. It doesn't say that it's prospected around the first one, does it? Because it says sample blocks must be located a minimum of 3 blocks apart and a maximum of 16. You can sample anywhere as long as you break rock. For example, when you come across a cave and so. And then it just says the chat info log will show you a reading of all prospectable resources at this location. This referring to the free rock blocks that you break, so that gives the impression that it's the area between those three and not the first one. That should probably be a little bit clear. Or otherwise, like, why do you have to break 3 blocks in order to do the prospecting in the first place then? Because that also just only helps to sort of, you know, imply that you know, the different blocks that you're mining actually matter, but if they don't, called prospecting. Oh, the mod. Oh, okay, so there's a mod to keep track of it. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really into modding the game right now because I'm just playing the vanilla experience. I've already looked up at one mod already, but I don't know. So far the game has more than enough things for me to learn, I feel. So that means I should actually stand here and then say like... Oh, there's also a recent difference between native copper and rich copper, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter. This is where we are. 6.9. Don't think the maker supports it anymore. Yeah, okay. Then I'll probably pass on that. But it does seem like the percentages get higher towards this copper deposit prospect there I did. And then lower the further away from that. Could be interesting. I guess we want to prospect somewhere in between that to see if the number is dropping or if it's actually like about the same. Like, you know, hone in on where it is. No, I know that. I knew that. because it says. Also, it would just be like really not helpful if that happened. It'd actually be pretty bad, wouldn't it? But then all of a sudden, there's like a single piece of copper that's on the surface. It's like, oh, there's copper here, and like, oh, but where? And you just not be able to find it. And then you realize after searching for hours, maybe, oh, so you're talking about this one little thing here. Okay, got it. Okay. It's a 14.3. I also really wish that this would just default to white instead of black. That would be very useful. I don't know, I think this works pretty well. I mean, you have an entire world map, you can put down markers as much as you want, so seems like a pretty good use for them. 14.3, 15.4, and then it goes lower over there. Okay. But up there is like a fucking mountain, so I think it's about time to dig a little shelter here. Best way you've found to use the pro pick. First, a reading does not mean there is ore in that chunk. It gives an indication of what ores could be in that chunk. Okay. What do you mean could be? Because I mean, I can also say that there could be copper in this chunk, but you know, that's just, you know, that's just a wild guess. Yeah, I figured they would disregard vertical distance because otherwise it would be really useless. Because you would just have to like dig down every time then, and then you're already down there and you're more likely to just like randomly stumble into it then. Than actually requiring the pro pick. The whole point of using a prospecting pick, I guess, is to make sure that you don't necessarily, you know, need to dig out the entire underground. So if you get a reading of poor chance of X ore, you could mine the entire chunk and not find a single block of that ore. Right, but that's something I haven't figured out yet. So when it says high, but then 14%, and then 4.8 is like poor, it refers to the possibility of you digging down and maybe finding ore in that area, like where you prospected, that is. You use density search, you ignore the numbers and look only at the word description. Really? Okay. What are the percentages for then? Surely they're not useless. Could probably May do of also bringing some wood along. Oh well. Cover a lot of ground trying to localize the highest reading for the ore you want. Okay. Sounds like a little bit of a ball ache trying to find ore. But I kind of figured as much already. Okay, it's just, especially when it's just pitch black outside. Can I sleep again? Nope. Not. It does seem that the percentage is coupled up with the chance though so far, so if you write down the percentages you get an even more accurate indication on the possibility or probability though, right? I'd imagine. There was an indicator of how many blocks per thousand could be in that chunk. Under the hood, then ProPic reads the world gen map on a statistical basis, which doesn't help in using it, so focus only on what makes the best use of the Focus only on what makes the best use of the ProPic. Don't know what you're trying to say. Because you're saying that it's reading the map data on a statistical basis and giving you information you can't read. That's what you're saying right now. If I'm understanding it correctly. So how are you supposed to use it properly if it's statistical data that's useless? So this place says it's decent, right? And then it's 10.5, which is a lower probability. I don't know. I mean, a higher number is still a better chance though, right? If you just write down on the map whether or not it's decent or high or very high, then you're like cutting away some information, aren't you? Like for instance, right? 15.4%, but now we found like 10.5, and then on the other side it's 14, and then again here it's 11. That kind of tells me that, because it's also lower up here, that somewhere in this area there's a higher probability of finding copper in between those two nodes, and somewhere in this area as well between those two nodes. But then right where I'm now, it's kind of bad, or it's worse off at least. Yeah, so it's a per mile, okay. So that's the thing where I don't know what the different, like what that actually means. If it's like such a big ball ache, the game really shouldn't throw like that kind of stuff at you. Because the majority of players probably won't even want to bother figuring that shit out. And they'll also misunderstand it because they are not necessarily used to it. Because, like, is it per million, pots per million or something? Like, what does it mean? I did notice that there was like an extra, like, O down there, or zero, whatever you would call it. But I don't know what it fucking means. I just read it as percentage and then I'm like, okay. Higher numbers equals better, so I don't know. I assume higher numbers are equals better. then it doesn't really matter if it's percentage or whatever, right? Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I'm, then why not use the number? Why not? Because if you're taking a bunch of readings anyway, then just use the number, I guess. So that's just my point of view. I mean, you'll be digging around anyways, trying to locate the fucking ore, so... If you're only going for the rarity reading, then is the difference between decent, 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 and high, high, very high, very high, or something. I don't know. Again, like, I haven't really played the game enough at this stage to know how much it actually matters. I guess I'll figure out when I start digging underground and I can't find it after all. I think the bigger thing right now is that even though it says there's copper here, I don't know if it's like a good place to get copper, you know? Like, are there other places where this can go even higher, like say to 20%? Because then even though there's a possibility of finding copper here, it might still, generally speaking, on a macro level, be a bad place to find copper. But how would I know where to go, right? In Minecraft, you just dig down and then you just do shaft mining, and then based on your Y level, your ore densities are as follows. There's a little bit of variation in some mods with biomes and such, but otherwise it's fairly consistent, right? You just dig and then you just play the statistical numbers game of just like digging straight tunnels, and then you find it no matter what. And at that point it doesn't even matter. If you focus on the number too much, it helps, but it isn't the focus to finding ore. Right, but you're just making me frustrated though. So right now it's not really helping. But I mean, I can see here, right? The numbers here are all below 10%, so obviously I shouldn't be digging up around here, because it increases the closer to this point I get, so... I do want to do a prospect around there, and then see what those numbers are, and then should be able to tell pretty easily at least. The only thing is, this entire place is covered in gravel, so if I want to do that, I think I have to dig a little bit. Okay. The thing is though, I only get like really one shot at this, otherwise I have to go out and find copper in the other in another way. That's the thing right now. Or actually I do have 2 copper bars at home. But because at the moment like metal just feels like the rarest thing in the fucking world, I need to get this right the first time around. So that's why I'm spending a good time on it, trying to figure out. Also, you know, I'm learning, so hopefully that makes a difference. What happens if I do this? Okay. But they had to be like still a good ways apart, so... This would definitely be like, it's a bit more time consuming than I like. Oh. Yeah, I can't prospect that. Okay. I mean, okay, well, then let's do it your way. That means I should be digging right there. No, sorry, right there. And I guess I'll be digging straight down. I don't have ladders with me though, but you can make those, right? Because by that logic, I should be digging right there, because that is the not only the highest reading of all of them, but also the, I mean, reading and the number and the the rarity goes hand in hand. So but I've already done that though. Although 50 blocks, I don't know, that's, isn't that like less than 50 blocks? I don't know. And this is like way less than 50 blocks, but it's already a 5% decrease. So I don't know. At this stage, this is the best reading I have, so this is just where we're gonna dig, and then that's gonna be it. So how do ladders work in this? Okay, so control in space. Interesting. I mean, I fucking don't even know if like digging straight down is a bad idea. Like, do I have the chance of hitting like a giant camera and just fall to my death? I don't know. We'll figure out as an adventure. If it's that hard to prospect for ores, then I think I'm just gonna quit the game, honestly. Just saying. Because that sounds literally impossible then. Or rather, not fun, let's put it that way. Hey, Blukey. How's your day going? Did you get your power back? Because you said it was a... Okay, was it a lightning strike that took it down, or what was going on there exactly? Right, lightning strike, second priority, but getting a car in Undead Legacy, that's where it's at. Oh, that's funny. So what happened? Did it like take out a converter or something like that? Yes. That almost sounds like something Toto would also agree to. Ah, okay. Yeah, at first I wasn't quite sure. I thought that you might just have been kicked into the like an AFK channel or something because it had been gone for a little while there. Shit, where did I... Fuck. I don't even remember where I built that cave because I was too preoccupied digging for fucking... gravel. It was in here, right? Yes. Good to hear you've got power still. I hope nothing else like did you guys investigate what it might have hit? Because you said it was really close, right? Or was it not that close? Damn, these ladders are gonna be fucking super expensive if I need to go this far down. Not that close, like half a kilometer away. That's still pretty close, but yeah, okay. Sketchy. Yeah, I definitely think I need more ladders still. Damn. Trying to find copper. Been doing a bit of prospecting in this area. So hopefully I'll be able to find it when I dig down. Horde base is ready for day 21. Yeah, I really hope that he gets his memory sticks soon. They were supposed to already have arrived, but apparently they just haven't yet. Because he ordered them, or he bought them off the guy, what did he say, Wednesday, I think? And the postal service claims like, oh, you know, 1 day delivery or whatever. So the very latest he should have had it yesterday. And today is a Saturday, so that chance of it happening now, or well today, or rather before next week, right? Ah yes, PostNord. Yes, indeed. Bloody bastards. I am slightly starting to regret not just utilizing my saw to make ladders before I left. Because though you can make them out of sticks, this is definitely time consuming. At least they're not stingy and give you free ladders per craft, but still gotta be lucky to get those sticks to drop. So is that just your plan, playing 7 days all day? Oh, sticking out. Actually, you can't see the difference. It's just on the inside. See? You can see all those twigs down inside it. Compare that to a regular leaf block. You actually can see the difference. But it's like not something you can easily see. Like for instance, this one is a branchy leaf block, right? But honestly, it doesn't feel like it's necessarily more efficient to cherry pick the leaf blocks. Because eventually you'll just lose track of where you have and haven't done that yet, so... Yeah, they did think about that. Hey, we found fire clay. That's actually nice. I needed that. Could also use a knife to cut them. I think it happens a little bit faster, but it's like so much not noticeable if it is. I'd rather just not use the durability. I actually wonder what's more efficient, chopping down trees to get logs and turning them into planks for ladders, or make a pair of shears and then use that to get leaf blocks and seeds. Not sure. Yeah, we're a good ways away from home, that's definitely certain though. Let's see. Let's do it this one. Yeah. You can add different colors for this, I guess. Haven't quite looked up which ones are available, but I mean white does the trick, so... This is kiwi. Let's do a little bit of prospecting here anyway. There's like a... high bismuth. Okay. And then there was also copper, but it was like 9 point something percent. .6. It's not percent, I know. But this should allow us to make that oven that we'd started on. So Toto, how's the oh, okay. Zombie time. Fair enough. I was just about to ask though, how's the No Man's Sky expedition? Because I haven't really been able to watch Cap, but I was curious about it. Is it worth it? Or is it kind of like an alright but meh? Not fan, because there's quest that asks you to die. Oh. Well, then that's just the first step you do, right? That's the first thing you do then. Not fan of failures. Emotional damage. Okay, if I can't find it with these 24 ladders, it would either be I need to go deeper or I need to branch out and try and find it. And I don't know which one's the more likely one, because I have no idea how deep down you would have to go to find the ore. I mean, so far it's not really turning out great. That looks a little bit familiar. A little bit familiar to what we had, the Toto built. All the cheese. You can recognize some of these threats, right, Toto? But yours is a little bit different, wasn't it? Because it had like those slopes, right? But they were turned 90 degrees, and then there was like a slope on one end and the other or something. I think. Right. There it is. Couldn't find the scene. Toto Olympics. That's funny. How fucking deep are you supposed to go? I mean, normally when you find copper deposits, it's actually not that far underground. So I'm a little bit questioning as to how deep you gotta go. Or if it's just like vertically and then distributed vertically downwards. That would be very different than what Minecraft is. That's the thing, like I can be digging around here and then use my entire pickaxe and not find any ore. Just keep digging. Yeah, I mean, I'm out of ladders again. Eventually my pickaxe is gonna break. And when that happens, I will be forced to go all the way back. All right. Enjoy your zombie experience. Don't get bit now. Hmm. I mean, I am getting a lot of granite, but that doesn't really, like, mean much to me. I don't remember. I don't think we've got a 7 days to die thing on the Discord. We'll probably have one when we get the server up, though. Now that I think about it, it would probably be the most likely to find copper by digging straight down if it's like anything like the other copper deposits. Because they spread out horizontally like a pancake, pretty much. So, unless you're literally on the same level as where the copper is, and it's the case with this as well, where it's not just like a ball of ore, then I don't think this is a smart strategy. That means I would need a lot of ladders, though. Or dig one hole and then, if you don't find it, sidestep a couple times and dig straight down to the same Y level and then connect up to your ladder tunnel, maybe? I don't know. Seems like a royal pain in the ass to find ore. Oh, for fuck's sake. Because sifting through gravel and such in the water stream is very effortless. It just takes time. But eventually, you know, you're guaranteed to find what you're looking for. This feels like finding a needle in a haystack. And if the prospecting tool doesn't exactly really it isn't self-explanatory and stuff, then it just makes it worse. I think the worst is going to be if I find copper and then it's just like not really a lot of it. That would really tick me off, I think. Well, there's native copper bits here, so I know there's copper underneath here. What would be a good color? As soon as they get color, they kind of blend in with the terrain and stuff. On the map, at least. This is so dark. Can't see shit. Oh well, I mean, this is kind of why I don't really like to play this game in several days in a row, because it does definitely have that element of gameplay where you sometimes feel like you need to take a break from it. There was that one server setting you could set up when you make your save too, and I wonder if that's something I would just use in the future. Because you can change the behavior of the prospecting pick to be like easier to use, basically, is what I understood. But I don't know if it still works the same. It's just the actual prospecting part regarding the how many blocks you need to break. Because if it's just that, then it's like, okay, whatever. Home sweet home. What did we get? A bunch of gravel and disappointment. My favorites. Well, I guess we did get this fire clay, so we can actually make this oven now, I suppose. Hope so. Alright, what am I doing? It's gonna need a lot of clay. Though I assume you don't really need more than one of these. Getting there. Boom. Okay. does it need to be fired? It doesn't say that it's unfired. I suppose that means no. So it's one of those types of things where you gotta interact with it in the world, okay. Yeah, all the rest things in there are just regular recipes I can do with the blue clay, so... Is that literally all you needed fire clay for? And the tiles? Doesn't make rope ladder, but yeah, this is the alternative recipe for wooden ladders. It would definitely be easier to do it that way than exclusively doing it with sticks. Because out of one stack of logs, you get almost 3 stacks of planks. So I haven't quite given up yet. I shall return. This time equipped with more ladders. Question is if I should just bring my saw along. I mean, it's got a good amount of durability. And then if I end up needing even more ladders, guess we can just make more. Because getting the sticks is not so much the worst part, I don't think. I'll bring the rest of this shears thing with us. But we will need another pickaxe, because this one is kind of dead. I'm using all my hot acquired copper just to try and find more copper. That's probably the most frustrating part about it, I think. My ultimate guess is that once you get into harder metals, though, the tool will also last significantly longer, so when you get to that stage, you know, it becomes less and less of a factor. But right now, not so much. I don't know if you can like find tin deposits as well, but I haven't found any. So if they exist, I might have been looking the wrong place. There it was. Oh great, there's a riffraff outside my front fucking house. Again. In the dark cellar. Definitely has that dark cellar atmosphere down there. Hey, it works. Wait, what? Wait, does that... Are you serious? Is that actually a thing? Well, okay, game. Did they like heat up while I was sleeping? Like this part was actually sped up? Because none of the other crafting processes are usually sped up. Or was I just like dicking around outside for too long, grabbing berries, to the point where this was not like completely burned out? Doesn't seem right though. Yeah, because they hadn't even made it to like 1,000 degrees. I mean, surely they wouldn't cool down that fast. Not too sure. Yeah, do we have it? The pickaxe head? That's one. I think we're just gonna make two right away. That's definitely what this feels like. Okay, let's take these two. That's all, just take 2 sticks with me. Why not? A legacy mining update. Have now also found lead in your hole. Okay, in Bluky's hole. Sounds kind of sus if you ask me. Withered pumpkin plant. Huh. Okay. Is it got too cold or something? I mean, I don't exactly have a way of telling the temperature in the game. Heck, I don't even know what season it exactly is, like, or what part of the season it is. This is a mature pumpkin plant. Wait, do you gotta harvest these while they're mature? Nope. That also just killed it. Okay. It has probably to go to the last final growth stage. I wonder why that other one withered though. Because that's kind of a first. I mean, they are kind of spreading out to the side, so unless it's because they don't have the room, I'm not sure. Five more minutes, okay. Our hype is real. That's outside of my fucking farm area, I think. I hear like a zombie groan. Hey, Power Dude, you're a big boy? Okay. Big boys play this game, I guess. You ready? Oh, what the fuck? He's in my cellar? Oh my god. What are they? Oh, those bastards. I guess I don't have a torch down here, huh? Fucking... like, what? I really hope that you can have a permanent fire light source that's not a, like... well, I guess if it's permanent, it's not a torch. But like that functions like a torch at least. Because there's like an innate game mechanic where torches will prevent these eldritch beings from spawning. New game? Like a 2 years old new game, yes. I guess it's still in development, so technically a new game, I guess. It's something I discovered by chance when through like a YouTube recommended video. But I first thought this was just like a modded Minecraft, you know. But no, it's its own game. It's its own game. And they sort of do say that it's inspired by Terra Firma Craft, amongst other things, so... if you've been into any of those, this might tickle your fancy. Think about it. Yeah, it's like pretty brutal in a lot of aspects. Healing takes like forever if you're not using consumables to do so. And by consumables I don't mean like just eating, but you do need to actually use healing items. specifically for the purpose. And if you don't have armor, you get punished severely. Yet making armor is also very expensive. There's like a good amount of stuff there. Oh, was that today? That explains all the commotion when I was trying to like sleep in this morning. Brutal. Okay. Yeah, I forgot that the COVID season, that's in that sense, is technically over. So now they're like, we can do all the events again. So why was it brutal? Wait, hasn't it been raining today or something? Dude, yeah. I just thought it was some dickhead which just really wanted to like listen to some hardstyle EDM this morning. That's literally it. And that was for like 30 minutes at most. I was thinking that, oh, maybe, because I was like thinking, okay, carnival season is around now. I wonder if that's today, but I didn't really look it up because I didn't really care. So why was it brutal? 17 degrees Celsius outside, so... You enlighten me. Was that today? Yeah. Two years with no carnival, yes. And... people are going nuts. Okay. Well... that's up to them, I guess. I've participated in the carnival like twice, maybe? Like, I know for a fact once, but I don't know. Ever since, like, the first time was probably the most, like, the best, I think. But after that, I was like, oh, okay. But I guess it's probably because I wasn't getting invited out or anything. They were in dire need of it. Alright. Well, then hopefully they blew off some steam so I can get to fucking sleep tonight. I don't know. Joking. JK. Knowing my luck, they're probably gonna do like some kind of open air music bullshit over in the... Wait, no, isn't that under construction right now? I don't know. Dude, I don't get out much. And when I do, I live a very simple life. Especially lately. God damn it. Looky. Whoa. Hello. There you go. Mr. Bull was tight as fuck. Okay. Wait. Oh, road work. Yeah, seems like a bit problematic when you're trying to get like people through an area. 'Cause I remember when I was part of that, it's like, okay, making progress, and it's like you can only progress so fast because, oh my god, there just were so many people, right? So now add road work on top of that. I really wish you didn't have to like skin these guys every time. Because all you're doing is literally just looting them. As far as I can tell, that's what you do need to do every time. Still not dropped that thing I wanted. You're still pregnant? Pregnant? Yes. Still a good weight, whatever that means. Only 2 links that have to join on Vestable. Okay. I wouldn't know anything about that. When I was part of the carnival that year, it was where the fuck even is Vestable? Oh my god. Is that on the southern side of the bridge? I cannot remember. Usually free, so you guess they try to alleviate it? Hmm. I don't even know where the carnival even starts, so... Sorry, it's... like... this city and navigating around and stuff. Yeah. Names. It's a thing. But that's all it is. But no, that's literally where I joined up with my friends back then. And we walked from there. But when I got there, like, that entire street was already full of just people and floaties or whatever they're called and stuff. Flotillas, or there's like a term for it. Is it flotilla? I cannot fucking recall. I think I know where Sundby is. That's like that mythical place that we don't talk about. Oh, I can sense your frustration. I love it. Fucking love it, dude. You think? What? I'm not allowed to pull your leg now? I'm sorry. I think we got everything that we could possibly need, so let's give this ore prospecting a second chance, shall we? I think. But man, getting ore in this game is fucking brutal, dude. You either have to find surface deposits and then you can dig straight down and find a guaranteed spot, or you sift through gravel and sand for an eternity to get a few nuggets worth of metal until you have enough to make one tool, or you use this prospecting pickaxe and try and figure out how the fuck you're supposed to make use of the numbers that it spits out. And even then, it's still not a guarantee. The entire northern part of Aalborg. Yes, you said that. What? It's part of Aalborg? I've always heard it's not like its own thing. Is that the place we don't talk about and stuff? No, they're liars. Wait, but you don't live in that part of town, do you? So why do you care? Okay, so there's definitely copper if we dig down here. Only our new skin boy does. New skin? What? New skin boy? What? Who are we talking about here? Well, a mutual friend's best friend. Okay. Sniper guy, basically? Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. What's up with the new skin part though? That was like a little bit... That sounds a little bit sus, if you ask me. Is he like a skin thief or something? Did he murder someone and take their personality? That was not exactly... Well, that's a good, a decent amount. That's what happens when you don't attend LAN party. I couldn't, I wasn't fucking home, dude. What do you want me to do? Like, be in two places at once? Didn't see you guys wanting to like pack all your shit and go down south. Only a little bit from when I was hanging out with one of our neighbors back when I started studying, because he was into that music. So remember to drink water, otherwise you die. But that's like the main one. Skin boy. Okay. Yeah, no. Not that familiar with the music, so. Sorry to disappoint. About a bald guy. Okay, so we're talking like that kind of skin head. Oh, he got bald, okay. What? But why? Like, did he just shave, get a haircut and shave himself bald, or is there like a reason other than you know, aesthetic preferences or whatever you want to call it? Everything is off, okay, but why? Why? Huh. Well, that's off-putting. Think it got too thin. Okay. That's a thing that can happen. The fuck? That's 9 point something percent. That means what? Well, I do have like a prospect here, so let's see. A little ungrateful fuck. What? What do you mean? All fake haired, huh? No? What? I didn't say anything about that. I was asking, saying like, so your hair can get too thin, question mark? Is what I was saying. Why are you even listening? Because my hair is thin, it's not thick by any means. Damn, okay, so now that I know a little bit more about how this works, I guess that down there is not actually 15%, huh? Fuck, well, could it be up here then? Hair loss, goddammit. I mean, you can have actual thin hair, you do know that, right? Where the actual hair strands are thin, but not like the volume of hair is thin. So, and for some reason that's just what the direction I took that. No, make of that what you will, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you meant the volume, but that's not what I was thinking you meant. Okay, so that is 13 point something percent, so that's actually a little bit better. That was here, right? Kind of have to delete some of these, I suppose, because these readings are gonna be fucked, or at least some of them are gonna be fucked. Oh, that's not the icon I wanted. Alright, talk to you later, Power Dude. Thanks for dropping by. It's good to see you, by the way. I do hope that everyone gets their shit together so that we can have a LAN party next time at Peak's place. Because it was a little bit disappointing that no one really showed up. Ooh, this is a good spot. I'm allergic, I guess. Yeah. And that's the thing with him. He unfortunately, you know, is highly dependent on whenever he's able to be off work in order to do literally anything. So as soon as outside of that slim window of possibility, it's almost impossible. Unfortunately, like to get a longer string of days that are consecutive where he has time to actually do stuff like this. But yeah, at some point, it's sure to happen. That too. I mean, I did tell him that the possibility of people declining simply due to the location was pretty high. But at the same time, he was also very open to help with transportation. So, you know, because that's what it would have been for me and you, right? He would have come to pick us up, pretty much. But next time, another time. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm getting a better hang of how to actually get higher percentage measures, or more accurate readings rather. Most of this is all gravel though. Don't really want to have to dig down just to get sample, but I might end up having to do that. Getting the sort of insight that it's the chunk around that one first block that you mine, which is the area that it measures, is definitely helpful though. Nope. Because I can see like it gets a higher percentage chance away from there, but I would like to get like a reading around there to sort of hone in on that probability. But I don't know, maybe I should just dig down there with the 16%. Because in order to do any prospecting out in this gravel shit, you need to basically dig 3 small holes, I guess. Holes. Can I actually reach? No, just barely out of reach. But I guess you could do something like this. Just hope that you don't fall into one of these when you're trying to run away. That would probably be a death sentence. %. Okay, so it's definitely going up here. Interesting. That's the not percentage, I know, but it's a higher number. Well, that kind of tells me that I need to keep looking further away from that diagonally, because it goes higher diagonally across here. So we go around here and check. It does feel a little bit wasteful not being able to pick these blocks up, but I would rather do it this way than having to use ladders or anything like that. Oh shit. Right. Let's do the right spot first. There, and there. Still says 19% tile. Okay, that's good, I guess. That kind of gives me the impression that in between these nodes it's going to be pretty consistent because it's the same reading. And it shouldn't be the same chunk at least, so... But it could just as well be, I guess. I really hope there's like a fucking metric tons worth of copper there. Because if it's just like those small deposits, I'm gonna flip my shit. I also wish that it would keep these settings for the color and the icon every time you clicked on making a marker. That would make it a little bit more convenient. Okay, let's try doing a sample here. Because then I've taken pretty much like a circle around that one point that seems pretty high. If it doesn't get any higher in this direction, then that's probably where I should be digging. A little bit out in the open in the middle of everything, but you know. Oof. Digging without a shovel is fucking brutal. But since it's just this last one, I can't be bothered. Huh. So it did actually go up slightly in this direction. Okay, well, guess we can just make some granite shovels. Alright, I do have to go back and get some food though. And that is all the way up there, so... we'll just need some sticks. Let's see, 2 shovels should be fine, I think. These are not as durable as obsidian, so it won't really last as long. But a shovel is better than no shovel. Okay, let's do another sample around here, I guess. Though my prospecting pick is also almost totally busted and I haven't even found anything yet. If I can't find any copper today, in the next like half an hour or so, then I think I will want to probably look up how to find resources or metal in this game. Maybe check out some guides or something, because it doesn't sound right that it should be this hard. It is a video game. Wouldn't be impossible. I mean, if it says there's copper there, there is copper there somewhere. But like literally making the entire underground into Swiss cheese just to find it is not really like fun. You'd be using more pickaxes than you'd be able to make probably, not knowing how much metal you'll be able to find at a time. But again, if it's the size of the other deposits, I would be very, very disappointed. Because then it would be easier to just like randomly roam around on the map until you stumble into surface deposits. But I guess you can't find all metals and that through that method, so... Crap, where's the third hole? Here... Okay. Well, I mean, based on the readings here, it does get lower the further away from that node it is. So if all the surrounding nodes are going to be lower than that one node, then that has to mean there's got to be copper somewhere down in that chunk. Or, I mean, there is, but it's just like, it shouldn't be that hard to find, hopefully. I'm just really hoping, because I am enjoying this game, but if this part of the game is kind of like just not fun, then I don't know. Because there's still a lot of stuff to unlock and acquire and build and explore. So if the game falls flat because of this, that would be kind of a shame. $19.1. Hey. So yeah, somewhere around that point, I guess. Actually, just move this slightly. Move it up there. I can use that as a beacon to try and, when I need to find this place in the night. To make it a little bit easy at least. Okay, it's a moment and not quite yet day of truth. Well, since it's here, I guess it's just a matter of digging down. Again, I have no idea how deep down this shit is. Because after all, the prospecting doesn't show you anything but like what's down vertically, so... The question is, are you supposed to dig like these shafts down using ladders to get back out of the hole? To probe if that is like a good spot, or do you need to be digging around a lot? I mean, this already feels pretty damn deep. And that's the thing, like when we were looking for found copper earlier, you saw like how not deep you had to go, right? So there's almost a stack of ladders that's like almost 60 blocks, which is more than 3 times the depth, at least. The question is if I should dig multiple tunnels going down here to try and locate it. I don't know. Yeah, I know. It's not enabled. It is not enabled. Because I was thinking, how bad can it be? Apparently pretty bad. But if you got any idea on where I should be looking, or whether or not I should just be like, if this is like, how do you know how? I guess you would probably know. How far down would I have to go to find copper? Like, are we talking like to the bottom of the map down, or 20 blocks, or 60? Because I have no idea since I haven't found any yet. That would probably be very useful knowledge. Because Minecraft, it's, you know, of course something that you learn, but it's very consistent how deep down ores are. And so far, all the surface deposits where you dig down to find ore, you don't really dig that far to find them, so I was kind of hoping you could use that kind of logic here, but you can set me straight, I guess. Ah, okay. I see. But you have found ore, or you have not through prospecting? So it's more like, how deep down should I dig before I should, you know, climb out of the hole and try and dig somewhere else? If that's even a thing I can apply. That's more like what I mean. Because if I dig like all the way down to the bottom of the map and don't find any ore, then, you know, and it's because it's like literally just like 30 blocks below the surface, then, you know, that would be a waste of materials and time and everything. Now I've got a hole there and a hole there and no copper. Okay, game. Whoa. What if we try and dig something here? That is definitely a problem that you can't, like, with the default settings, probe in a sphere around you. Because you have no idea if you're, like, looking in the right spot then. T is defined, has better luck looking for the surface node than digging down. That's where the radius comes into play. Yeah. Oh, I can actually do that. That's useful. Yeah, because I've already like spent almost an entire pickaxe just to try and find copper. So if it's like the deposits aren't absolutely massive, then this feels like a lost cause. Well, I found bismuth, which is not what I was looking for at all. I could have found that by just randomly digging down. Okay, but I'm gonna take it. I can use this as a case for figuring out how. See, this isn't that far down, right? So this is good. This is about 30 something ladders down. Not even. Some 20 ladders down. But yeah, it's like a thin sheet, right? So you can't just dig down and then dig sideways to try and find these. That would probably be a lost cause too. Because you'd have to dig within like, you know, 1 block's offset from where the ore is actually at in order to find this stuff, at least. So I think digging down like straight holes might be a good idea. What I could do, of course, is to say like, okay, now I've got like a sort of depth where it could be. So dig down like 30 something blocks or something, and then dig to where one of the ladders is located that I've dug down towards, right? Because that way I don't have to spend any more ladders. Then I just need to spend a bit more durability to mine to where there is one, and then I can just make multiple holes and then just connect them up through a tunnel. That was at least the plan that I was thinking on trying to, or strategy that I was trying to, considering like implementing. Because I can actually press V, I found randomly out, that, and then gives you the like a compass in the top right. So figuring out your Y level would actually be not so hard. That's like, yeah, 90 basically. So if I dig down to a level of 90 and then was these coordinates, then yeah. Because that is actually the main issue, is the ladder cost at the moment. But if I can be free from that, that would be great. Yeah, this ladder is much, much deeper than that though. Yeah, I think it would be in this vicinity area here. Well, that seems the most likely anyway. Oh really, you can? Okay. Yeah, I'm so used to, because how is it in Minecraft? No, you can because they used to be able to do it in Minecraft, but didn't they change it? I cannot remember. Now you can do like interchangeably, like with ladders and then trapdoors and stuff. But if you can do that in this game, that would actually be quite amazing. But yeah, let's try this strat. Dig down to like about level 90 or something. Actually, it should probably be a little bit more than that now that I think about it. now we're just gonna do it this way. Let's play the game of can Dragon remember the other two coordinate numbers? No, he cannot. Aha, you can actually technically do one more if you're good. Parkour. Because if you jump just at the right spot, you can jump around the ladder and actually skip 2 blocks. Ah! That's a bit silly, but hey, you can do that, I guess. I think maybe digging to like a Y level of 80 or something. Now that I think about it, you're actually pretty high up in this game then. Pre-Minecraft caves and cliffs anyway. Because before that you were at level 60 when you were on water level. So for it to be like you are at a level 100 or something, that's pretty high up. Not too difficult once you get the hang of it. Definitely gonna allow me to do many more ladder spaces. Holes. It's a hole. Oh. Actually go and grab some food. At any rate, I found 40 bismutite. Bismuthinite. From an actual underground deposit, so I'm pretty happy with that at least. But you can, how is it again? Can you make things directly out of bismuth? You can make bismuth bronze, but I haven't, that would require me to get the sink. You can make plates and bits, okay. So you can't directly make things out of bismuth. Sad. Can make very colorful lanterns though. Yeah, so even though I got to find some ore so far, it's not really gonna help me find more. I really need some minerals that I can use to actually make new tools with. I was thinking maybe I should try and look directly for iron, but I noticed that the percentages were like fairly low. And then when I found this copper area, I was like, okay, Seems a bit more likely to find copper first, and then once you have a nice stockpile, then go into iron. Because you've got more to spend then. But what do I know? Yeah, I can make lanterns from the bismuth plates. Yeah. If I could find zinc, I guess I could make some kind of bronze variant. But, don't know. The fun thing is that in this area, bismuth night is less a percentage on that per mile, or actually I don't even know what that measure even is, honestly. Like, it's something to do with the distribution of it, I think, but whatever. Good thing I brought plenty of pickaxes. What'll be really sad though is that if the copper is like consistently at a minimum depth of beyond like 80 or something crazy. Wow, they're both coming in here. Nice. Two bots at the same time. Would you look at that? Surely not. Nah, that's too high up. Oh well, it was worth a shot. Come on, there we go. It would be nice if, like, digging down you would not find like one large consistent clump of copper quality, but I would actually not mind if it had like you could find traces of it that would help you lead to where the actual node is, you know. Oh, I almost made another ladder right next to each other. God damn. I mean, considering how many holes I've dug here and not found a single fucking piece of copper, it's a little bit disappointing. Okay. Understatement of the year, it's very disappointing. But unless I either look it up, I guess, or randomly find copper, I have no idea how far down I have to dig. I just didn't imagine that, since copper is like such a low tier mineral, that it would be really far below ground when you're digging for it this way, right? Both from like the other observations in the game, but also, you know, from a game's balance perspective. But I suppose it's possible that it could be all the way down to the bottom of the map, but that's a lot of blocks to dig through. And I mean, I've used an entire pickaxe already. Trying to prospect for this shit, so... If ladders weren't such a bitch to make, because you need a lot of them apparently, it would be a lot better. Watch a few YouTube vids, but finding ore is quite annoying, so you feel my pain. Yeah, because I was like thinking, okay, prospect hammer, okay, or pickaxe. Here we go. We can find copper using the tools that the game supplies. And this is just copper. Now you also gotta take in perspective all the other ores you gotta find. But I don't know if I can even change these settings now, can I? Even if I wanted to. Because it would also be a big blow after playing over 20 some hours on this save. Just to be forced to start over because the prospecting segment is like just bullshit. Nah, there's gotta be a way to change it if I change... Like, if I decide to do that, of course. Okay, it's a command. Yes, okay. I'm just digging now. Okay. Apparently I didn't need it. Apparently I just needed to continue going. I'm at level 58. And I found native copper. I guess I just had to keep going. This is pretty far down though. I mean, damn. Yeah, I figured. Okay, but we're in business. I found copper. Poor quality though. Gonna mine the effing shit out of this. Knowing that ladder trick though definitely helps though. Makes me more like inclined to dig deeper down. Yeah, this is pretty far. I mean, you basically have to dig through half the world, half the distance from from the water line down to the bottom of the entire world, which is a little bit much, I feel. I don't know, I mean, seems like a pretty sizable ore deposit, so... I wonder if now I mine this and I do prospecting, will it still say the chance of finding copper ore here is so and so? I imagine it would, if it's based on world gen information. But yeah, this is like way, okay, this is definitely a much larger node than the ones you find out and about, so it is at least worth it from what I can tell. Where even am I now? So I'm at the outskirts of this area where it says 19 point something percent, so seems to be fairly reasonable, I guess. I'm gonna mine as much copper as I can get away with. I don't want to do this trip more than I absolutely have to. And I do know the dwarven saying, don't dig too deep, or they dug too deep. But I'm just starving for some copper. Wait, why is my wheel turning? Hold on, what? I'm just noticing that. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm noticing just that just now. Is that because I'm below ground? Is that like an actual thing? Or is there something in the near vicinity that's causing that underground? Because there's no events that are supposed to happen. I didn't get any information about it, so what gives? Dude, there's so much copper here. Thank fuck. I don't have to get mad. Hear that? That's the sound of progress. Jeez. How far does this go? There we have it. I guess it does kind of like squid out and like, or branch out a little bit. It's not just one thin sheet. Still, it's not something you would find randomly by digging horizontally around. Chances do definitely seem much higher if you just do it vertically. Now imagine this was a rich copper node. That would be 5 copper nuggets more, I think, or whatever it is, per, per thing that I'm mining. Okay. How much more is there? Okay, that seems to be it there. Yeah, I think I got it all. Damn. Almost ate an entire pickaxe. Am I still stingy about my ladders? Absolutely fucking yes. We have to be pretty tight about the jumps though. It's gonna be a little bit of damage, it's gonna be fine. See, we're still alive. Going in the wrong way though. Yeah, literally 2 entire stacks worth of native copper ore. That's what I like. We'll see. Let's bring as much of this stuff back home as possible in one go. Well, let's head on back home. Okay, that compass in the right is actually kind of useful here even. Just knowing what your bearing is kind of nice. Doesn't say if you're going northwest or something like that though. Oh fuck. Where am I? Who am I? I walked up on a mountain. Or something. Why did I even think that I need to go this much upwards? What am I doing? Yeah. This place is hard to navigate at night. Surprisingly. Well, unsurprisingly, I guess. Take one wrong turn and you're heading up a mountain, I guess. But it's also made up of rolling hills, so you do have to go up and down a little bit. There we go. Should be in the clear. You can see the light. The light of the cottage in the distance. Sweet home. This fireplace is still burning because it was unloaded. Interesting. I should have seen that coming. Wait, but does that mean that if I'm away from... Hold on. Surely not. How would I even test that? Do things spoil if they're unloaded, or do they not? I guess they would have to not, because otherwise a live server for this game would be an absolutely impossible thing to do. Because every time you would log on, it would, like, the seasons would have changed and all your crops would have died and who knows what else. I actually never thought about that part yet until now. Oh, okay, so it was poor chunk of native cover, so it's actually even worse than regular. Okay, well, at least it's something. But yeah, there was a lot of chunks, but they were poor. Still, definitely worth it. Okie dokie. I need some more chests to store all this down. However, that is where we will be ending this gameplay today. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours and I'm pretty tired. But yeah, it's a little bit of an opportunity to stream this a bit. I think the game has got like a lot of potential to become like even better than it already is. There are some things where I'm like, okay, maybe a bit too much, but you know, there's modding capability, so get over here. Yas, Toto, we will see each other again on another stream. So, yeah, that would be sometime next week. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays of development stream. I've been thinking a little bit, just speaking out loud, on whether or not we should put up for a vote what I should stream on in some instances, because right now I have like a list of multiple different RTSs that I do want to show off, for instance, and I have a really hard time picking one, but also don't really necessarily feel that a single streams worth of 6 hours can do justice to like too many games at a time either. Just look at when we played Supreme Commander last weekend, that ended up taking the whole day. with 6 hours, right? And I think that's a little bit more interesting, but I guess it was also because I was playing with Cellfire, right? Who was in chat. So Tiberium Sun series when? But what would you want me to do though? Like play the entire campaign or just PvE skirmish? Because PvE skirmish is kind of meh. I actually have the game run like I actually have it right here. But when I was trying it out, I needed to I think there's something that's going a little bit wrong, because occasionally there's like some kind of sound or something, almost sounds like you have a loose cable, you know what I mean, where it'll just like play like a cluck sound or something at random, and it's really annoying. I really, or rather, I can't remember actually if that was it or if it was some of the sounds have like some artifacting going on where they have like some static noise side effect or something. There was at least something with the sound that was going awry, and I did not like it. But you say campaign good. Sure, I've played the campaign back in the day, so could be interesting to revisit it. But wouldn't it be weird to start with Tiberian Sun then? Because it is a continuation of Tiberian Dawn, and I haven't played that on stream. Not that I have to, but just saying. Also, out of the Command and Conquer games, Red Alert 1 I have not played, like, period, by the way. And I do have the remastered collection, or whatever, thingy, so I was planning on playing it back then, but I just, like, finished Tiberian Dawn for the first time when that came out, and I was like, I was a little bit over the nostalgia effect by the end of it, I guess. So I didn't want to play Raw 1. But yeah, next weekend we'll probably take a look at some of those RTSs that are in the backlog, and then we'll see if we'll knock out multiple ones throughout the stream. It all depends, you know. If no one's there to play versus, then it'll be like a demonstration of and like a show and tell thing of like maybe an hour to 2 hours per game. So I do want to show off Warlord's Battlecry too now. so the list is just getting longer, and with only 2 days a week for gameplay, it's going to be really hard to make that happen while also giving room for, say, RimWorld or something. But yeah, if there's anyone that has any good suggestions on how to handle this moving forward, do let me know. Because I would rather like use these 2 days on something that you guys would rather watch than something that no one wants to watch, obviously. But you already know that. So anyways, that's it for today. Is there anyone that we should raid, actually? It is Saturday, so the possibility is there for it to happen. When I started streaming today, I did notice that literally no one was streaming though. And right now there's actually not that many either, so we're probably just gonna close down the stream quietly today, and then I will see you all sometime next week. Until then, have a very good one, and I'll keep you posted on the 7 Days to Die server thing as soon as I know something, and I will talk to you all next week. All right, have a good one, and bye bye.